consider the Internet's impact on the world today, we see that it's reshaping and, in some cases, disrupting several sectors of our society. These changes have both positive and negative effects, and we are interested in exploring important questions such as, how will these changes affect all of us, particularly those of us on the margins of society? What new solutions can we generate today to address the future challenges the Internet might create later on? For the first phase of the program, we're inviting research proposals to fall under one of two topics. The first being the greening of the Internet. Here we consider how the Internet affects and is affected by the environment and climate change. The second topic is around the Internet economy, looking at the effects of the Internet on our collective economic landscape. Through this program, we hope to add new and valuable research to current conversations. We want to enable research that will influence future policy decisions and have a lasting industrial impact, hopefully shaping a more equitable and sustainable future for both the Internet and our society. We look forward to your proposals.
A warm welcome to today AIS'20 online. Today is the second last day of this meeting, and I think we delve straight into the point. I will go straight into the house rules. Sorry. At this moment, all of us are muted until we've been given a chance to speak. The session is fully moderated by the PDP chairs, and therefore they reserve the rights to mute delegates should they exceed the allocated time on the microphone. It is worth noting that in today's sessions, delegates with speakers' rights in the platform will have to wait until it's their turn to speak. They will have to queue like every other delegate until the PDP chairs allow them to speak. Also, this session is recorded and shared live on our YouTube and Facebook pages. By now, you are all conversant with the meeting platform interfaces. We have the chat, the raising hand icon, the interpretation and transcription, and the audio refresh button. And you are all conversant with this. And should you have any interface difficulty, feel free to use the chat, or rather email it via AIS'20-support@miteco.com. As stated before, questions will be taken at the end of the presentation of a policy. There are two options for you to give your questions. You can either choose to come to the mic by clicking the raise hand icon, and when speaking, introduce yourself. This is your name, your organization, and the country, and then go straight to the question. There are two channels for speaking, the French and the English channel available below your screen. And if you wish to speak in French, please click the French icon at the bottom of your screen that is represented by a French flag. And if you choose to speak in English, there is also the English channel that is represented by the British flag. You're advised to stick to one room. However, you feel free to shift rooms if you may be bilingual. You can alternatively chat your question. And when the session begins, the chat section will be purely used to discuss policy. When doing this, ensure that you add a reference to the policy and the name of the policy author before you ask the question. All questions in the chat will be read out and are being recorded. And they will be read out for the presenter to answer. This is also to accommodate all our delegates joining us via our various platforms. As I've said before, we are live on YouTube and Facebook in both English and French. And we would love you to start a watch party where people who follow you and who are your friends on social media can be able to follow also this meeting. The hashtag for the meeting is AIS'20 online and hashtag AIS'20. We would love to hear from you. We are conducting a survey to find out how your AIS'20 online experience has been. We know this is our first time for us to go online, and we want to know what you enjoyed about being online, having this meeting online, and what you can do to make it better in the future meetings. Kindly fill in the survey. Links are made available now on the chat section of every platform that we are being streamed on. I would like to bring to your attention to the annual general members meeting, the AGMM, that is supposed to come up tomorrow after the AFRINIC board and community engagement. This meeting will take place in the same platform, but members are, however, advised to use the AGMM tokens to access the platform. So we have scheduled a test today after this meeting, that is at 13 UTC, to help you, our AFRINIC resource members, to familiarize yourselves with the platform. We have tried to change a few things here and there to ensure that you have a different experience, a good and a different experience in the AGMM. It is a pleasure to welcome you to day 2 of the PDP session in the AIS'20 online. Today, I will just be the MC for the session, but the session will be fully moderated, as I've said before, by the co-chairs. My name is Susan Otieno, and it's a pleasure to serve you in this session. Welcome.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Once again, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome each and everybody to the second day of the AFRINIC public policy meeting happening at the Africa Internet Summit 20 online. So today we have a couple of things lined up. Just another 5 policies to go through. But before we begin, I would like to remind us that in the interest of everyone, we will be allowing 4 members in the queue, and it will be first come, first serve. We encourage you to use 1 minute or less to give a chance to other people to also participate. There are people that already have speaker rights. When the co-chair has not given you a right to speak, please do not interject. Only those with, in the queue and the speaker right will be able and given the opportunity to air their views. So at this point in time, I hope our first presenter is ready, and I am going to invite Jody to hear your presentation.
Sharing right now. Can you confirm you see already the slides so I can start?
Yes, I can clearly see it.
So again, as we have only a few minutes to present this, I am not going to read all the proposal text, just going through the key points, so we allow as much time as possible for the discussion. Okay. What is about this policy? Well, today we have an MMT IRT object in the database in order for abuse reporting. However, a minimum fraction of the members are using it. I think in the impact analysis you have numbers of that, and I guess that Matby will present it later. So what we want to do with this policy is the same that already are doing all the other regions, which is mandatory object for abuse reporting. We rename MMT IRT to abuse C, and then we ask AFRINIC to validate that every 6 months. If the validation fails, after 15 days, AFRINIC will get a notification so they can escalate to other contacts, because maybe they forgot to update the contact, maybe somebody in the company that was handling the abuse email leave the company and they forgot to rename the email, etc., etc. There are a lot of circumstances that make that happen. And in the policy, we state in additional information that the 6 months period and the 15 days validation period are periods that AFRINIC, according to operational aspects, can update in the future, just
mettre à jour à l'avenir, juste en rapportant.
Sorry, I am hearing French. I don't know if that was a question or what. I will keep going on. So the idea is that AFRINIC can update those timings according to operational experience and report it back to the community. Well, what else I can say? I think I have explained it basically everything. We are not saying AFRINIC when they should implement it. So they should decide when it will be possible. In a previous impact analysis, they stated that 3 months should be enough. Now they are saying that maybe about 6 months. We don't care about that. So implementation is to AFRINIC when they have the time or the resources to do that. And what is clear for us is that the way to verify initially the context is as the staff can address escalation, because, and this happened already in AFRINIC, maybe the first validation will be impossible to be done in 6 months. Okay, so if it takes 1 year, 1 year and a half, 2 years, it's not a problem. What we want to make sure is that the database is as accurate as possible, which is one of the main goals of the registry. Let me check if I have something else which is important. I don't think so. I think I have done everything. Yes, so just references. There is an equivalent proposal that has been accepted in AFRINIC. It's already implemented. They had their meeting about 2 weeks ago, I think. They already reported that it's working fine. They have a big success in the rate of validation. They have already 87.5% validated, let's say, correctly validated contacts, which is incredible for a first round. I think that's amazing. Congratulations to AFRINIC and LACNIC. The proposal is being implemented because it reached consensus just a few months ago. And one thing that I believe is very important to mention is, because this is the third time I do this proposal in a registry, of course, I learned from experience from the previous registry, so I can say that this proposal is even much better here than in the other regions. So you have somehow an advantage on that. That's it. Maddy, I think I need to stop sharing so Maddy can share the slides, unless she sent to me. Let me check, and then I can share for her. Is Maddy online? Yes, I see Maddy.
Yes, I shared with you, Jordi.
Okay, let me check my inbox because I didn't got. Okay, now I have the slides. Give me a second.
Thank you.
Okay, I need to share my screen again because I stopped sharing. Share. It takes a second. Yes. Share. You should be able to see them now.
Yes, thank you, Jordi. Next slide.
Yeah. Coming.
So the impact assessments are determined by a group of staff. Collectively, we would go through the policy proposal and identify whether there are any ambiguous text or whether we need more clarifications from the authors for proceeding to assessing the impact on the internal procedures, on our systems, if coding is required, etc. And then we are able to determine as well as how much time the policy, if ratified, will take to be implemented. If we detect earlier on that it will take more than the time that the consolidated policy manual allows us to implement policies in, then from day one we will inform the authors. And as Jordi has been saying, they are flexible sometimes, and we have it on record as well. So a phased approach at implementation is also acceptable. So as long as we make the commitments and we keep to our commitments. So regarding the abuse contact policy. So it allows it's requesting AFRINIC to implement proper abuse C contact and abuse mailbox. So it will impact the members. Jordi, next slide.
Yep.
We have documented the impact assessment next to the proposal on the website. It's more detailed document there. There was one clarification request. So to the author, we are assuming here that the abuse C will not be mandatory for the resources in the WHOIS database that hold a legacy status. Okay, that's because precedents here, some community members have felt that some policies or the resource policies affect only resources that are delegated to AFRINIC members, and the legacy resources are usually kept out of scope of these policies. Next slide, Jordi.
Yeah.
So implementing the policy, so will entail AFRINIC to update these procedures. One thing to note here is that this policy, if it reaches consensus, will bring in an improvement to the accuracy and currency of the registry data in our WHOIS, as well as in our internal systems as well. Next slide.
Yep.
So it will impact MyAFRINIC and WHOIS, especially for the WHOIS. So there will be a need to enforce the abuse C in the objects. Next slide.
Yep.
And for MyAFRINIC, we will ensure that members will have a tool to enable them to implement the abuse C, as well as a tool to validate the mailbox as mandated by the policy proposal. These are the key elements that will have to be implemented on the MyAFRINIC member portal. Next slide, Jordi. I think I'm done. So some statistics. Only these are in the table. These are the amount of INET-num, INET6-num, and aut-num objects in the AFRINIC WHOIS database. And as you can see, a very small number of these objects are protected by the MNT-IRT at the moment, which is the abuse contact. And a further analysis of the stats yielded that only 28 out of our total of 1,857 resource members, these stats are like 2 weeks old, and only 28 of members had adopted the MNT-IRT and ensured that it is reflected in their objects on the WHOIS. Next.
Done.
Done. Yeah, so the policy can be implemented within 6 months of last call on the systems, but an input from the member services is that to get the members to comply with the policy, it will take about 12 months, and we're planning to incorporate this in the current database accuracy interactions that we have with the members. Thank you.
Thank you, Matbi. So I am going through my responses. Some of them already I mentioned before. Very quickly. The period of validation, of the initial validation, it's clear for us that it's something that should be decided by AFRINIC, and this way they don't need new staff, but they can accommodate existing staff if they wish to the progress of the validation. Okay, so if it takes, instead of 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, it's not a problem. We just want at the end to be done correctly and have an accurate database. We have that in the additional information section, so it's very, very clear. The second point is about the legacy. Okay, the proposal is silent on that, and the reason is silent on that is because the CPM does not state in any other policy if applies or not to legacy holders. As a consequence, I expect that the same criteria is applied for this proposal. The CPM, in my personal view, should apply to all. However, AFRINIC will have difficulties to enforce it for legacy holders. Okay, so we need to agree on that, and maybe this is a new policy proposal for all the CPM to decide what we do with legacy holders that have not signed the RSA and don't comply with policies. Can we do something? That's a different discussion, but the policy is silent on that, so the criteria adopted by the staff is good for us. Okay, the last one, I think, yes. I think it's the same I mentioned in the first one. It's basically redundant. It's just saying that we don't care about how much takes the implementation, how much takes the first pass. We agree that the staff should accommodate that to the available resources. Are the board decision of get more resources or not, to make it faster, etc., etc. That's fine for us. And with that, I am done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jody. I'll open the floor for contributors. Let's give the mic to the first in queue. Elvis. For French speakers, we have to give about 30 minutes, sorry, 30 seconds for them to align. So let's wait for our participant to begin contributing. If the participant cannot, we can take in the next, please. Do we have any issue with the platform?
To me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you, please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Lucilla from Italy. I oppose this policy, first of all, because RIRs have no ability to define what is an abuse, and also the proposal does not offer a specific and regulated description of the term abuse, and this leads to even more reports, discriminations, legal issues, and this is a waste of resources for AFRINIC. And also, AFRINIC is not entitled, in my opinion, to force members to report abuses, since AFRINIC doesn't have the ability to identify what is considered an abuse. Thank you.
Okay, next. Can we have There was someone already. Okay. Elvis, if he's there, please let him present. If we do not have Elvis, I'm going to call another name because we are really.
Moses, can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Hello? Is that for me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I think this should be mandatory, and it should have been done long ago. It's needed for a safe internet operation in the region. As these identifiers are in use only because consumers choose to use it, we should be responsible, okay? And you should be reachable, and we should know exactly how you are going to respond to these issues. No one can respond it for you. So you must act in a very responsible way. In any case, why do we want to hide if we are running networks? You're running networks, you're supposed to be at the service of your end users. And that means that many things about contacts of you must be publicly known and verifiable. And so I think maybe we should make this truly an obligation, and we can forget the name abuse or not abuse, or the label doesn't matter. The point is that if something is not going the right way, you must be reachable and you must be responsible enough to show your face. Okay, otherwise you're not really running a network. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we please have, I think let's be fair, we have a large queue here, and I want to see that we are fair to everyone. KK, you've been participating. Can we please give a lady Beatrix? I hope. Beatrix? Okay, so we can't hear Beatrix. I'll just go down. Can we please have Precious Paul?
Okay, good morning. Yeah, can you hear me? Good morning.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Precious Paul, and from Nigeria. So from the policy, from the things that are mentioned above, the points that are mentioned, it's showing me that they'll be pouring out more resources out, and then it's not actually good for the community. So I want to say that the organization should be used at other policies. These things should be put into other policies, because pouring it out into a particular one, it's not going to really help us. So I'm not supporting this policy.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks. KK?
So my concern is that there is no guarantee when to actually check the mailbox, and even if we do check it, I see no built-in accountability mechanisms that would actually make sure that they do anything about the abuse. And I don't think that it's AFRINIC's duty to police this, and I don't think they should be involved at all in the matters concerning abuse. In addition, I think that some members can use this policy to create conflict on purpose and promote their personal agendas. And for these reasons, actually, I oppose this policy. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think our time is up. For now, I will request the Jody to respond. Thank you.
I tried to take notes on all the questions. There was one question I really cannot understand, so I hope it can be clarified in the list. The first one is definition of abuse. I responded this morning to this on the list already. Any operator knows perfectly what is an abuse. Anything against your network that you didn't authorize it is an abuse. Okay, that's clear. There is no other reason to define that. This policy is not forcing the members to report abuses, not at all. What the policy is doing is making sure that the members have an abuse mailbox. While we don't have this, what it means is that the cost of the abuse is taken by AFRINIC. Madly already explained it, that they are getting all the abuse reports from all the world. This is insane. There is no meaning for that. Okay. The additional problem that this creates, the lack of a mandatory abuse, is that AFRINIC addresses are being filtered by more and more networks because the lack of abuse contacts. If you do nothing wrong, why you want to hide? Having this is for your benefit. Your network will not be filtered. If you want still to don't cancel your account with a bad customer, that's your problem. But at least you need to have the opportunity to receive the report. There was a mention about an accountability mechanism to make sure this works or something like that. Well, this is working in 4 other registries. So it's working. It's not fantasy. It's there. And the last input that I catch it from the chat, I am trying to also read the chat at the same time. There is a mention about we cannot enforce this because this is different in country to another country. Well, internet is not in the scope of governments, fortunately. Abuse are cross borders. So yes, the responsibility to make the proper usage of the resources is from the registry. This is in the contracts. If you are misusing the resources, and that includes allowing your customers to do abuses to other customers, even from other regions, that's against the contract. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jody. I'll give okay, I don't think there was anything key. Our time is really moving fast. We're supposed to be done right now. So based on what has been shared from members in the queue and also in the chat, we're going to let's come back to you on this one. Just give us 1 minute. Okay, we'll get back on this. So our request will take time to process what has been given and the discussion. So at this point in time, I would request that we move to the next policy, which is RPKI ROAS for unallocated and unassigned AFRINIC address space. So
I am trying to share the slides, but it's not working. Okay, now. I guess you can now see the slides. Can you confirm?
Yes. Yes,
okay,
I can see, Jody.
So, RPKI ROAS for unallocated and unassigned AFRINIC address space. There was a lot of discussion during the night and early this morning on this proposal. It's a much simpler proposal than all the others that we have seen this week. However, it's like creating more conflicts or more questions. And I think the reason for that is because the people has no real knowledge about how RPKI works and the operational implications. RPKI is something that you opt in, okay? So that means that if you don't want to use the RPKI repositories provided by the registries, you are not forced to do that. So there is no way anyone can justify that with this, AFRINIC has more control on the routing system. That's not true. The purpose of creating these RPKIs from origin AIS'20 is to make sure that bad people is not announcing an allocated space and the people automatically cannot manage it. So it's providing a way for you to secure your network if you wish. You are not forced to do that. Not at all. So how we do that? Let me go to the proposed text. We just say that AFRINIC will create ROAS, which origin AIS'20 for all the unallocated and unassigned address space that they are administrating. This don't change what is being done today already with RPKI. Okay? This is not for the space that already belongs to any member. In addition to that, any existing member can still create their own AIS'20 for the resources they have. So if I have resources allocated by AFRINIC and I don't want to use part of them at the moment, I can still create an AIS'20 for those resources. That's normal. Some people is doing, like, for example, IXs, okay? Because they don't want those resources to be announced. So basically, what we changed from version 1 to version 2, and this is based on the implementation report of AFRINIC. So again, this proposal is even better than the previous one that has been already implemented in AFRINIC and is being implemented in LACNIC, is telling AFRINIC that if they want to use a specific different trust anchor locator at TAL, this becomes an easier opt-in service and provides separate measurements, etc., etc. That may be at least in the implementation phase. Later on, maybe in the future, they want to decide that it's a single TAL and they can consult the community about that, okay? So I have one slide about what happened between version 1 and version 2. I will skip that. If somebody wants to read it, the slides, I guess, are published. What I want to stress is that we are unable to update the proposal if the chairs don't declare consensus and state what is wrong. Okay, so this is important, and not just for this proposal, but also for the others. So please make sure that report the reasons for not declaring consensus if that's the case again. I have here the references about the consensus and the implementation reports of AFRINIC and LACNIC. There are even videos in YouTube. I shared this information already in the list a few days ago. I hope somebody has looked on that if they have doubts. So they should have been resolved already. I have also one slide mentioning from where this comes from, and it's an RFC 6483. I am not going to read it. And with that, I am going to change to Madby slides. I hope you can see them already, Madby. Floor is yours. Madby? Madby, are you online?
Hello. Madby will join us in a bit. She's reconnecting.
Okay.
Let's give her 2 minutes.
Yeah. I will keep the slide online if somebody want to start reading, so maybe Madvi want to skip this slide.
Okay.
Just rather than wait for Madvi, why not give the floor to some of, because we don't have the time.
Okay, so as we wait for Madvi, let's have
Madvi's
okay, good.
All right, thank you. I think to catch up on time, there's something that I'd like to say is that at the moment, AFRINIC have a prefix sanity checker that we use to identify any unallocated and an assigned space that is in our pool to see if they are visible in the global routing table. This is done because any unallocated or an assigned space is AFRINIC's responsibility and should not be used by any other party on the internet until it is delegated by AFRINIC to its members who comply with the AFRINIC policies. So we do this to ensure that the processes are clean at the time of issuance. One thing that was raised based on the internal impact assessment, that this policy, if ratified, will in fact impact or improve the process that we have regarding checking the unallocated space, because it will enable AFRINIC to be proactive, because such announcements of unallocated or unassigned space will be prevented from propagating to the global routing table, and especially if they covered with an AS0 ROAS. Jody, can you move to the next slide, please?
Done.
The detailed impact analysis is updated. So one clarification request, I think you've already responded to that. Can we move to the next one?
Yeah, done.
So the impact will be on the system. So on the registry functions, we will ensure that the AS0 ROAS are created for any new resources that come into the inventory at any point in time, whether it's a return or it's we getting in from IANA. And also at the time of issuance, the revocation of the ROAS, AS0 ROAS will be done. Some tests were done, so I'm told it takes less than 5 minutes to ensure that it takes out, the AS0 ROAS are taken out before the resources are issued. Next slide.
Done.
An implementation timeline, the policy can be implemented within 6 months of from last call as prescribed in the CPM. Thank you.
Thank you, Madvi. Yes.
Okay, so quickly responding to those. Impact on members, basically, we believe that this proposal is not changing anything because the members can already, I explained it already, use AS0, and this policy don't change that. In fact, IXPs are already doing that, so that's clear, just a clarification. And my last slide, what will be the validity period? we are silent again on that in this proposal because we believe that it should be decided by AFRINIC, and it's not really too much relevant because even if the validity of the certificate is 10 years, they can be revoked at any point before that time. And as Matvi explained it, the implementation, which is actually running in AFRINIC, demonstrates that you can do that every 5 minutes, not a problem. So you can allocate a space that is in the AS0 ROA to a customer, to a member, and 5 minutes later, you can update the certificate, revoke it, and make a new one. So that's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jody. Let's open the floor. Anwar. Let's have Anwar on the mic. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
I'm Melina, manager of a network of research, and I support this proposal, provided if I can be confirmed that we can trust fully the process to preserve the unissued resources by AFRINIC, because this was a problem we've had in the past with resources which were misused by members of the AFRINIC staff. I really hope that the implementation of this proposal can bring a regain in safety for the resources of AFRINIC, and we can be sure that they are
Lost you. We have lost you. I think we may have to go in for the next speaker. Ala, please.
The queue for abuse. So you allow me to cover both policy, but as usual, I'll be very precise. So on the abuse, I think for those of us who run network, we really know what abuse is, and everybody knows what abuse is. And for those who want to learn about abuse, they should read RFC 2142. On the current implementation we have, which use the IRT object. Okay, I work for WACRAN. I'm the CTO, and WACRAN is one of the members who has this IRT object. So, but the current implementation requires that staff help the members run a campaign to help the members to implement. But I've never seen a campaign, a webinar, etc., to really convince the members to do so. Okay, then, and I have a questions for staff. Matvi, I understood that we are going to create an abuse C as a person object. Then we use it as an attribute. But something is not clear for me that that attribute is not going to be on the aut-num and the aut-num, but is it going to be on the attributed organizations? So if you could clarify that would help. But I think the abuse is something we need to put mandatory. And as staff said yesterday, people are filtering, and I want this community to understand that if, as a community, we don't do things right, okay, when some of us misbehave, it will affect the whole region. When people are tired of dealing with some subject, they can go and blacklist all the /8 we have. Then on the RPKI, briefly, on the RPKI, I think I also think the RPKI AS0, we should we should also go for it. And I think it's easy to be implemented, especially that with the TAL, with the experimental TAL. So this is something I think we should consider. And I thank the co-authors for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Allah. Can we have Ben? Ben, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Ben.
Okay, so I've said most of, so Ben from Work Online, I've said most of what I think on this proposal on the mailing list this morning, but there are a couple of points that I'd just like to point out. The fundamental claim, Geordie, that you made that this will have no impact on members is not true. The impact that this could potentially have on resource holders in this region is not just determined by their own decision to opt in or out of trust in whatever TAL these rowers get published under. It's also a question of their neighbours' routing policies and their neighbours' routing policies over which they have no control. And so this, I think, in particular in the case of reclaimed space, has the potential for significant downsides. It's also, and I've spoken to a lot of other operators in multiple regions about this and similar proposals in other regions. And it's not clear that routing traffic towards bogons presents a significant operational challenge to anyone. I'm of the opinion that it's undesirable, and we do currently filter bogons on our network. But a minority of other people do, and those people that don't report, or at least in the conversations I've had, don't report substantial challenges with abuse related to bogon space. So I think that we need to be very careful about not introducing additional downside in the way of new risk in this policy. I've set out a few things on the mailing list that I think would address that risk. So maybe you could respond to that either now or on the mailing list separately. I've got a couple of comments on the feedback that Madhvi provided. The first is in terms of monitoring unauthorized announcements of unallocated space. I think actually the presence of these rowers would make that monitoring substantially harder. And that's because if someone is announcing unallocated space and there is a AS0 rower covering that space, that announcement will not show up in a fairly large chunk of the internet in the default free zone. So you would have to be monitoring from a specific vantage point that didn't use origin validation in order to see those unauthorized announcements and do something about it. The second thing is that the 5-minute time that was alluded to, I'm almost done. The 5-minute time that was alluded to is certainly true when it comes to publishing and revoking new objects, but there are multiple steps in the chain before a change in the repositories winds up in someone's routing policy. The relying parties need to refresh their cache periodically. The routers themselves need to receive updated information via the RTR protocol. And so I think that 5 minutes is probably false. I think you're probably talking about single-digit hours. There's work going on in the IETF to establish exactly what those timers are and what they should be. But I think making the claim that these can be revoked and have no further impact in 5 minutes is probably not true, and it's never going to be true.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. I think we can take in one more and then have you, Jody, respond. Let's have Moza Muyabwa.
Ready? I didn't catch it.
Yeah, we have one more we have more participant contribute, and then Jody, you can respond. So I'm waiting for Moza. Are you there, Moza? If Moza is not able to connect, we can give a chance to the next. That is Ezekpo Mwanko. Ezekpo has dropped. Jody, can you please respond? Jody, the mic is yours, please.
Yeah. Okay. The inputs from Mark, I understand. Obviously, he's in support of the proposal. He just wants to make sure that the implementation is done carefully, and this is, of course, part of the intent of the proposal. And the analysis impact already stated that. The advantage we have, I already mentioned it before, is that AFRINIC already did, LACNIC is doing right now, so we have previous experience to avoid mistakes. Okay. When Mark is telling that it's not right, that there is not impact in the members, I wanted to clarify that. I mean, there is no negative impact, okay? Especially because it's an opt-in service. And yes, there is one additional advantage that I didn't mention in my presentation, and I think is important, is that if AFRINIC needs to reclaim a space because somebody is not following policies or not paying, of course, that space at some point will appear in the AIS'20. That's not bad for the members. That's actually a good protection for the members against those that don't behave correctly. So this is clearly an advantage, not a disadvantage. Again, that will only work if the rest of the members or the rest of the community is using an opt-in service. So there is not a mandatory enforcing of that anyway. Regarding the 5 minutes, and I think this is my last point, yes, 5 minutes is the time for the registry. Of course, there are catches in the way, but we need to realize that most of the time, I will say 99.99% of the time, when you get resources from a registry, you need a few days. Mark was talking about hours. You need a few days to announce them. It's not normal that you get the resources and you announce them in 2 hours or 10 hours. So that's not an impact. And if that's an impact, the benefit is much higher than it really doesn't matter. You are getting resources, wait 1 day to announce them. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. We're going to have, I'm just going to give one person. Can we hear you, Kalonda Lucien? Kalonda. Okay. We are not able to hear from Kalonda. We have very many other participants and contributions in the chat group. Thank you for providing your inputs there. We're going to take all this into consideration and review. We request that we get back to you on the decision of the co-chairs at the end of the day. So at this point in time, allow me to invite the next presenter for the policy proposal by the policy proposal AFRINIC Number Resources Transfer Policy. So the authors are okay.
Share the slides.
All right.
Yeah.
Good.
You should be ready to see the slides.
Yes, I can see the slides.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, this policy proposal was introduced in 1 year ago. It was the first one of the inter-RIR transfers. In fact, I had a previous version, and then it was clear that the community prefers this one instead of the other one, so I withdrew the other one. Well, I think everybody understands the problem. We ran out of IPv4 resources, and right now, AFRINIC is the only region from all the world that is not able to get resources from other regions. Why that is so important? Because even if you start deploying IPv6, especially for new members, they will need some IPv4 addresses for the IPv6 transition. Okay, so really, this is a key problem because it could mean a complete disconnection of some networks, especially new members, from the rest of internet. This is not magic. IPv6 will not work like, I don't need IPv4, let's keep going. We need to have, at least during a few years, at least some IPv4 addresses for that. And what happens is that the regions that have a more advanced IPv6 deployment, they need less and less IPv4 resources. So they are able to provide those resources to the, let's say, less advanced in terms of IPv6 deployment regions. This is the case for APNIC, this is the case for LACNIC, and this is the case for AFRINIC. The region that is actually giving more addresses to all the other regions is ARIN. Why? Because they have the bigger chunk of addresses, and they are the more advanced ones, together with Europe in some degree, in terms of IPv6 deployment. What is important when we try to address this problem? The important thing is that our policy is reciprocal with the other regions. I did this policy for LACNIC. There were 4 different proposals in LACNIC in the previous years, and they all failed. It's a matter of when is the right time to come to this. I understand the threat that the community think that they may lose the addresses, but this is not the real situation. Right now, what is happening, and these are stats updated up to end of June of this year by the NRO, is that APNIC is giving very few addresses, is getting a lot from ARIN, the same with RIPE, and there is very little exchange between addresses between APNIC and RIPE. This is in terms of number of transfers. If you look at this new slide in terms of number of addresses, it's amazing. And this is just the last quarter. If you see the presentation completely, I have slides from the previous years. We don't have time to see the evolution, okay? But we are talking about millions of addresses given by ARIN and only a few thousands given by the rest of the other regions. Now, I am not going to describe all the text of the policy proposal. I need to assume, because the sake of time, that everybody has read that. And I am going to stress only what are the differences between this proposal and the other two. First, none of the other proposals have a provision for suspensions, and this was incorporated in this proposal because it was requested by the community in the discussions. So what happens if suddenly all the dresses from AFRINIC are being sold outside? This policy, this proposal has provisions for that not to happen. The board, the staff can take decisions on that. I don't think that's part of the other two policies. Then regarding the first of the policies, I have indicated to the authors already in a previous meeting that that policy is not reciprocal, which ARIN especially, because they only allow outgoing legacy. And ARIN states in their policy that all the transfers with other regions should be possible only if they are reciprocal. So my belief, and this happened also in my first version in LACNIC, is that ARIN will not allow addresses from them to go through AFRINIC. So then the full purpose of these policies are not valid. In the case of the second proposal, there is no provision for disputes. So that will create abuses. There is no waiting period to receive more resources. So again, it can provide a way for abuses. And again, we have the reciprocity part, which are in. The proposals say that will no longer be regarded as legacy, and ARIN and RIPE don't allow that. So you could not exchange addresses with those regions. Finally, in that proposal, there is no support for AIS transfers, which is something that the staff has told us at least 2 times or 3 times in the previous peer reports. And with that, references to the graphics I provided, you have here the link, so if you want to see by yourself. And we are the last region with this. We really need to solve that. If Matvi is online, I am done, and I am already sharing Matvi slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody.
Thank you, Jody. Next slide, please. So Madhvi Goku from AFRINIC will be talking about the impact assessment for this policy proposal. So we understand that the proposal will enable 2 types of transfers, both within the AFRINIC service region and between parties in the AFRINIC service region and in another RIR. Next slide, please, Jody.
Done.
Next. Yeah.
Done.
So in case of legacy resources being transferred, they will lose their legacy status. There's something here in section 5.74.
Yeah. You can see the slides because I am not sure we are there.
Yes, I can see the slide.
Okay.
Back to the previous one. Back 1 slide.
Back 1, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yes, next one.
Next one.
Yes. Yeah. So in section 5.6.1, the conditions are that in order to receive allocations, then users must have used at least 90% of their previous allocations. So based on section 5.731 of this proposal, recipient organizations must be approved with the same policies and procedures as if the requests were being satisfied from the AFRINIC pool. So we'll apply that. And in case of legacy resources being transferred within intra-RIR or inter-RIR, incoming from other RIRs, they will lose their legacy status. Next one.
Done.
So in the case of ASNs to be transferred, so staff are understanding that if they receive one request for transfer of resources that exceeds 50% of the resources held by the source to one recipient, then the recipient is also allowed to request for the transfer of the source's ASN. So if they both agree to that. Okay, next one. You've spoken about yeah, so since the policy text does not explicitly mention that the resources can be transferred as a result of mergers and acquisitions, so staff is assuming that this proposal excludes transfers of resources due to M&A. Okay, and yeah, this is important, Jordi. So if in case the board, so staff will be monitoring the resources being transferred and report it to the board. So if the board takes the decision to suspend the inter-RIR policy, how do you think that AFRINIC shall implement the board's decision? Okay, so it will be suspended. Do you want it to go through the CPM at the next public policy meeting? Please clarify that. And one recommendation is that the section 5.7.4 is updated to remove the AFRINIC discretion, and a section depicting in detail the conditions of an ASN transfer be included. Okay, enough. So the impact is on the internal systems, our processes and procedures. So for inter-RIR transfers, many more systems will be impacted. The MyAFRINIC, the new member registration portal. We will have a tool to monitor the direction of the resources so that to be able to manage 5.76 of the proposal. Regarding RPKI, that will be impacted.
Madvi?
Uh,
I think she dropped it. Yeah, now, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there was a technical glitch. Next one, Jordi?
Yep, done.
So based on, yeah, so based on the assessment, it will take about 12 months to implement the policy should it reach consensus.
Thank you. Quickly to respond to your points, I have just 2 slides. The first one is the clarification. We have about the M&A, okay? We have already another proposal for that. When I was updating my policy proposals, I saw that the time will be short, so I decided not to update that policy proposal. I think that clearly shows, because we are silent on that at the moment, that policy proposal is not covering M&A. I think that's obvious, and you should still follow the guidelines that the staff has developed for that. One of the discussions in that policy was precisely if that should be part of the PDP or not. That's a different discussion. The second point is once the decision to suspend the policies by the board, how shall AFRINIC implement the board's decision? Well, I think it's clear that the board will need to state that. We are silent on the proposal for that, and even if the board should follow the PDP and the bylaws, and I expect that they will either send a new policy proposal if that happens, or ask the community to work on it. I think that's strictly following PDP and bylaws, so the policy should be silent on that. Regarding the ASN, I think this is an editorial comment. I expect that because we are silent on that on the proposal, you will assess that the one that will recite the ASN will follow the existing policy for getting ASNs. Okay, so of course you cannot transfer an ASN to an organization that don't qualify for it. But I think that's very obvious, and I understand that you want to be clarified. And maybe it's something that we can incorporate in the text, but I don't really think it's needed. And if needed, it's just an editorial clarification. We can just delete at the AFRINIC discretion if that's creating a problem to you, because it don't change the direction of the proposal. And with that, I am done. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. We are opening the discussion to the floor. So can we have Benjamin Eshun?
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Good. My name is Benjamin Eshun, and I work for the Ghana Research and Education Network from Accra, Ghana. And my initial problem with this proposal goes back to the core of the problem statement itself, in that I'll be grateful if Jordan could actually give us some information about how this proposal is going to, or rather, what the negative impact is in terms of data. Are there existing organizations that actually needed the IPv4 from AFRINIC that were refused and did not get, or were there any other? I mean, does he have any data to support this? Because the problem statement seems to just make a simple assumption on the fact that it's affecting businesses, so and we are lagging behind. But I'd like it to be more clarified on the problem statement, because based on that, I cannot really accept or reject this proposal because of the fact that the problem statement is not really clear. So I'll be grateful if you could provide some data on the problem statement and show how this has actually gone ahead to immediately affect the continent, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we have next from the bottom, Anthony Uba?
Hello.
Yes, please go on.
Okay. Jody, I thank you for your proposal. Like everyone here knows, I also have a similar proposal with some differences. I just have a few questions for Jody. Jody, your proposal seemed to cast a huge shadow of skepticism, because we both agree that we've run out of resources in Africa. We're in the second phase of soft landing, and for the question the previous person asked, yes, there are scenarios already playing out. But now, don't you think this fallback plan you have, which is the board making the decision to fall back if there's an imbalance in after this is implemented, don't you think it will create some sort of a panic? And if there will be a fallback scenario, what is the duration to implement that fallback? That's my biggest concern with this, because the statistics you showed, the NRO statistics, which we all see, that the highest owner of resources in Africa, which is ARIN, supplies to where the market is needed. So a bidirectional RIR transfer is needed, and it always goes to where the demand is. So why do you think the case of AFRINIC will be different? Why is there that skepticism reflecting in your proposal? That's just my contribution to this. Thank you.
Thank you. I will invite Adiola as part of the proposal writer. Thanks.
Hello?
Yes, please go on.
Okay. Yes. I could not understand. The audio was terrible. The first speaker. So I am going for the second one. There is a French speech over there.
To acquire resources that they already have. As it stands, I'm certain in all areas, AFRINIC is the only area where we still have plenty of IPv4 addresses available to us. It's not exhausted. So I don't think it's urgent at this point to implement a policy which would require exchanges inter-regions with considering the resources available to AFRINIC region. Because once those resources have left us, we are not sure about what kind of mechanism is in place to reclaim those resources. We saw how the people have been fighting on the audit proposal for the AFRINIC resources, and I'm certain they will do the same to fight the policy in the same way that we can reclaim the resources once they left us. It's a very complex situation, but I'm afraid I cannot support this policy proposal which enabled the exchanges between regions using AFRINIC resources. I'm happy to do it for the legacy resources, but for their own resources, I cannot support this like a Trojan horse, if you like, and people could abuse it and take those resources and take them away from us. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Now,
I
could not understand the first speaker. The audio was terrible reaching to me. So I hope somebody can summarize and I can respond in the next batch. The second question, the fallback scenario. I incorporated that because the community asked for it. In my original version, I didn't have that, I believe, I recall. Okay. So the question was about the timing. I explained it in my presentation. If that happens, the board should follow the PDP and the bylaws. So the board can cancel the policy or suspend the policy and either ask the community to provide a new proposal or do it by themselves through the PDP. Now, do I believe that will happen? Not. But I incorporated the text because the community asked for that. Now, regarding bidirectional, I think the real work here, the correct word is reciprocity. When I was developing the proposal for LACNIC and later on for AFRINIC, I talked to the other registries to make sure that is compatible. My question here to the authors of the other proposals is, have they done that by themselves with their own policy proposals? Because I asked that in the last meeting and I am still waiting the answer. If you did not, I am sure that the response that you will get from ARIN at least is, sorry, we cannot provide transfers following your text because it's not reciprocal. This is the same answer I got when I was trying to do exactly the same that they are doing with their text 2 years ago in LACNIC. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Can we have Oluwase Agubiede?
Giving me the floor, so don't forget me. I was in the queue before Moses and
Hello.
Karim.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is My name is Oluwase Agunbiade, a dealer analysis with NIMOVA Nigeria. Just the goal of AFRINIC number resources transfer policy is to help distribute resources from those who no longer need them to the organization that need the resources but cannot obtain them from the AFRINIC pools. However, Jody, this policy does not seem to be achieving this goal. This is more like thinking of a way of expanding AFRINIC IPv4 pool at the lowest possible cost. I think there needs to be readjustment on your policies. I do not support it, as it is not supporting the main goal of AFRINIC number resource transfer policy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take another one from the bottom. He was once on the top of the queue. I don't know what happened. Innocent Adrico, please. Innocent. If Innocent has a problem, let's have Ni.
Thank you. I think we've played this before with Jody. But please, Jody, I think you should learn to discuss your policy without referring to any, let's say, competing policy, because it makes your case sour. Okay. And we've raised this before. I personally raised this, when we're in Rwanda. You should be able to discuss the merits of the policy by itself. And for example, you are saying that somebody's proposal is not reciprocal and compatible, let's say. Can you put that evidence, from ARIN to our PDP list, so that we can actually address what ARIN says is an issue? But you've already prejudged, and I recall the last time you said you have private communication. Private communication, then how can that be informed a public discussion on PDP? You see? So there are some issues as to the approach that you are using. Is a bit not right for me. Okay, I mean, focus on your policy and describe only the virtues of your policy, and then we will assess it. I mean, we'll all comment on it, and eventually working group will make a determination. But if it goes this way, then already you are saying somebody doesn't, will not pass. But we haven't even reached the stage where it can be, considered. So let's do it like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll take one more. Let me have Pascal, please.
Hello?
Yes, please go on.
Okay. I think the Hall of Famer Professor Nikwe just took this out of my mouth. Though the internet is global, but usage is also traditional. We should look at the traditional aspects of it. We cannot just sit down and say, okay, reciprocity, ARIN says they will not reciprocate. Using that word, ARIN says they will not reciprocate, me, it's like ARIN trying to influence our PDP decisions. And secondly, I think there needs to be maybe an analysis of the full meaning of full explanation and the methodology of how they will display, how they intend to display the reciprocity. Okay, so if we are balling on that and saying ARIN says they will not reciprocate, for me, they are influencing our PDP indirectly. So with that alone, I think I do not actually support this for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jody, can we please have you respond? Before you respond, and that's up to you, there is Aina. I know his part is also listed on the on your team for the authors. I could give him just 30 seconds to say something. He was once on the top of the queue. Ala, please.
So, Jody, once again, as Ani said, we discussed this, I think, in Kampala and then Luanda. We told you that the problem statement does not sound correct, and we cannot discuss a policy when the problem statement is not correct. Is not correct. Number two is that the statistic you play, I think you intentionally did not show that 85% of the transfer are intra, and the data you show for the inter are the data, the cumulative data from 2009. So from 2009, we only saw 1/8 from ARIN to AFRINIC and half from ARIN to RIPE. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Jody, please.
Yes. Okay. The first question I got, I don't understand what the speaker fails to understand in the text of the proposal, because it allows what he's saying that is not allowed. So I don't really can understand that. The second point about if I need to talk about other policies, of course, I need to defend my policy the same way other authors defend their policies. And I believe that their policy is slowly aligning with mine, but still failing on one point. I already suggested that we should merge our proposals in the previous meeting, but there was no real intent to do so. However, 1 month ago, they updated one of the proposals, and now it's closer to mine, but it's still not reciprocal in my opinion. And I will explain the reciprocity again. The evidence about the reciprocity, if you look at the analysis impact, which is public from LACNIC, when my proposal was not reciprocal, the ARIN staff confirmed to LACNIC staff that it was not reciprocal. So it's not about any secret, but it's not my job to look if another author proposal is going to be reciprocal or not. I know that because I was doing the same mistake previously. I wish the authors of those proposals had done their job, or maybe asked AFRINIC to confirm which ARIN. Somebody said that ARIN is trying to impose with their PDP how we do that. Of course, it's their resources and they want to protect them. It's normal. The same that we can do with our own proposals or our own policies. There is nothing wrong on that. But if you don't talk with ARIN, you will never get the reality of if they will allow this proposal to go or not to exchange resources with the region. But nobody's doing that job. It's not my job. I just need to explain what I know from my previous proposal that had the same mistake. Okay. Now the last comment from Alan. My stats are from the NRO and they are inter-RIR, not intra. That's clear. It's just facts. It's documents from the NRO, not my own cooked documents. Thank you. I can show, by the way, if I can share the screen. Let me share the screen.
Judy, we also just a reminder that our time is up. But yeah, please say your last comment.
You can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see.
This is the text from the ARIN policy manual. It's not something I am inventing. They want to transfer and share reciprocal policies. If they are not reciprocal, if they not allow the same, they don't work. If you say resources from AFRINIC to other regions will not be any more legacy, they don't like it. And the same for RIPE. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone that has contributed. So at this point in time, we will take our time and review everything, and we'll be able to get back to you at the same time with the other proposals. So I think we can have a break. I'll hand over to the staff. Thank you. We will have a break, I think, of a bit. We're coming back.
6 minutes.
Yeah, in 6 minutes we should be back. So just get back here in time for our next round. Thank you very much.
When you consider the internet's impact in the world today, we see that it's reshaping and in some cases, disrupting several sectors of our society. These changes have both positive and negative effects, and we are interested in exploring important questions such as, How will these changes affect all of us, particularly those of us on the margins of society? What new solutions can we generate today to address the future challenges the internet might create later on? For the first phase of the program, we're inviting research proposals that fall under one of two topics. The first being the greening of the internet. Greening of the internet, 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 greening of the internet. The second topic is around the internet economy, looking at the effects of the internet on our collective economic landscape. Through this program, we hope to add new and valuable research to current conversations. We want to enable research that will influence future policy decisions and have a lasting industrial impact, hopefully shaping a more equitable and sustainable future for both the internet and our society. We look forward to your proposals.
Break. Before we proceed with the session, I would like to just bring to your attention a few things that I had announced in the beginning of this meeting. I would like to bring your attention to the annual general members meeting, the AGMM, that is coming up tomorrow after the AFRINIC board community engagement session. This meeting will take place in the same platform, and members are, however, advised to use the AGMM tokens to access the platform. We we have a test scheduled today at 13 hours UTC, easily translated to immediately after this meeting, to help you familiarize with the platform. Also, we would love to hear from you. We are conducting a survey, and we would like to find out how you have found your AIS'20 online. How has your experience been? Where we want to know what you enjoyed and what we can do better in the future meetings. Kindly fill in the survey. The links will be made available in the chat section of all the platforms. At this point, I would like to give the floor back to the co-chairs to continue with the session. Co-chairs, please. If we could have the co-chairs come online, please. Thank you. We can't hear you.
Please check, AK, please check your voice, your audio. Okay.
Trying to sort out an issue, which was a technical issue, by the way. So, we'll be back. And I welcome from my side, because this is the first time I'm taking the floor today. I welcome everybody to this session now, to the second and the final segment, or almost the final segment anyway, not the final. So, so what we're going to do is, let me try and share my screen so that you can see my slide. 1 second. I will do that. Hope you can see my screen now. Okay, so we'll move to the policy in the afternoon, which is going to be the last one for today, which is the, the second to the last one. Apologies for that. It's the AFRINIC Number Resources Policy Transfer, which is authored by Gregory, Noha, Komi, and Adiola Aina. So I'm going to give the floor to the authors. So please present their proposal, and you have 8 minutes to do that. Thank you very much.
This is Alain. Okay, Gregoire will be presenting, but I just want to make a few comments. The first thing that from Jody, I was not saying that the data were your data, but I was correcting the interpretation of the data. Number two, and this is also I want to take from Jody, you said that ARIN want to protect very numbers. Okay, so and then it makes sense that each region also protect their numbers, and especially that AFRINIC, the smallest AFRINIC only have is 7.23/8 for the whole continent, where internet is growing. I think it makes sense and make more sense for also to protect. And then on this issue of reciprocity or this, so nobody has given us a response from ARIN or from other, and we thanks to Luanda. For us, this is an issue, but we really will call a staff to query the other area to close this so that we'll stop maybe wasting community time. So I'll leave it to Gregoire. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you confirm? Okay, can you see also the slide?
Yes, we can see the slide.
Okay, thank you. So, my name is Gregoire Eumi. I'm from Benin, and I'm one of co-authors with Noah, Komi, and Alain Ina. As you may know, AFRINIC IPv pool is expected to run out soon, and some entities may need IPv4 to support the IPv6 transition. The current intra-area policy in place allows all type of IPv4 allocation assignment to be transferred, include IPv4 from reserve block for exchange point and DNS/8, etc. And it does not cover also ASNs. And considering the limited IPv4 space initially made available to AFRINIC, only Sept.23/8, with very low ratio of IPv4 address per internet user, we think that there is a need to allow for unused IPv4 from other regions to move into AFRINIC service region, of course, without necessarily depleting AFRINIC's slim amount of IPv4 address by transferring space out of the region. So I want to highlight that one of the difference is these sections. So our policy, how we want to solve the problem. We define a set of rules to allow the transfer of IPv4 address and ASN, and the policy segregate resources in different categories and define which transfer rules apply to each category. Legacy resources and resource transfer in from other regions will be transferable out of AFRINIC service region. In section 3, we define and do some marking. So we define AFRINIC pools, special purpose pools, legacy resources, other, and the area transfer also. And for the marking, this is very important in order to be able to understand the next slide about the flow. So AFRINIC pool, we call them regional. Legacy is legacy, and special purpose pools will be marked as reserve, and other will be marked as global. So this flow has 3 parts. So ARIN, RIP, APNIC, LACNIC have resource and they want to transfer to AFRINIC region. So the first part is the transfer in from other region to AFRINIC region. So if they are legacy, they will come. And if they are not legacy, they will come and they will be marked as legacy. And the second part, from AFRINIC, they can go out if they are legacy, and they can go also out if they are global. And the third part, between AFRINIC service region, we can still continue to transfer resources between members. So of course here you don't see reserve because reserve are not part of this flow.
Gregory, can I stop you for 1 second? Can you activate your video?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So this I will explain it again because most of people, they don't understand our policy, and this is, I will explain it again. This is the main difference. So from other region, the resource can come in, and the resource, you can see the resource can also go out, but we mark them as global so they can go out. And then between AFRINIC service regions, so we can still continue to do the transfer, and the reserve one will be stay in the reserve. And the next slide is the details per how we make we put it in each section in the policy. For example, section 3.3 say if the source and recipient are AFRINIC members, then we allow regional, we allow global, we allow legacy, and we mark legacy as global. But if the source are legacy and recipient are AFRINIC members, then we allow legacy and mark legacy as global. And if the source is AFRINIC member and the recipient is another region, then we allow global. And if from the source from another region and recipient is from AFRINIC member, then we allow any and we mark them global. So we also put some condition in the resource itself, and also condition on the source and also on the recipient. Other provision, the policy also make the following provision: number resources are not transferable and are not assignable to any other organization unless AFRINIC has expressly in the writing approved the request for transfer. Also, IPv4 and ASN can be transferred only in accordance with this policy, and AFRINIC does not recognize transfer outside of approval transfer policy. From history, we have version 1 and version 2, and we did not get consensus on last PPM. From the reaction and issues, as you know, you can see, most of the reaction are compatible and reciprocal with the other region. They are not issues because no evidence have been presented to us, like Alan said. And also, we think this community is mature enough to decide what is good, what is his own definition of compatible and reciprocal. So I won't continue in the same way like Jody was showing the section by adding say reciprocal. Yes, they define reciprocal, but there is no mention where what reciprocal should be. And if this community believe that we can still go to the next state, we can do some minor rephrasing like this in the following sections. So in section 2.0, we can remove the words are not assignable to any other organization. So it will be number resources are not transferable unless AFRINIC has expressly and in the writing approved a request. So also from staff analysis, AFRINIC recognize the following type of transfer. We want to add consolidation as the request from the last staff analysis. And also, we can add currently the other region are EPINIC, ARIN, LAPNIC, RIP, NCC as request by staff analysis, so to put a list of the other regions. In section 3, we do not understand resources have been treated as reserve word, and that the local scope on our definition cannot work with the CPM because IPv6 is reserved. But we may change the resource to scarce resource, so the definition will be refer to IPv4 address space or autonomous system number. So I will give the chance to Madhvi to comment on staff analysis, but maybe the other authors want to comment something before we open to the question. Thank you.
This is Alan, nothing from me, and I think we can proceed.
This is Noah, nothing from me as well. We can proceed with Madhvi's assessment.
Okay, thank you. So I'll keep the slide.
Yep, Madhvi.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yes, we can
Yes.
hear you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So in regard to the impact assessment, this is published on the AFRINIC website next to the policy proposal. And sorry, I'm moving back one slide. So we understand that ASNs shall be transferable both inter and intra-region. Legacy IPv4 space can be transferred out. And there are some conditions regarding what number resources cannot be transferred. And that all transfer requests shall be evaluated against and in accordance with this policy. As the policy, it says that AFRINIC does not recognize transfers outside of the approved transfer policies. Okay, and this means that any transfers that happen outside any approved AFRINIC policies are not valid, and that the recipient organizations will be required to return the space to the AFRINIC or the RIRs. So we have summarized the types of transfers the cases of transfers that are present in the policy text. And we have also assessed that that the policy will require some categorization of the delegated resources and the available resources. Okay, and that all the resources will be covered by AFRINIC policies after the transfer and into AFRINIC, and as such, legacy resources, if transferred into the region or inside the region, will lose their legacy status. The impact is just like the previous transfer policy. It will impact a significant number of systems internally and require that our processes and procedures will have to be amended to cater for the policy, and that at least 12 months will be required for the implementation of this policy should it reach consensus. Just a note here, the impact assessment on the website has more details, so if anyone has any questions or want more clarity, they can still consult it. And there are no requests for clarification from the authors in this one because there hasn't been, it was answered last year in Rwanda, and there haven't been any update to the text, so we're good with it. Thank you.
Gregory, do you have anything? Okay, that's fine. So we're going to open the queue now. So what we will do first of all is, can staff please clear the queue, because I see we already have a queue before we even decided to open up the queue. So can you please clear the queue? Then we now people as they come in. Okay, the queue is clear now. So the first person we have is Marius. So Marius, have the floor. Do we have Marius? We seems not to be getting anything from Marius. Probably we'll come back to Marius. Then can we take Neil, please? Neil.
I think the proposal is a progressive extension of the intra policy. There was a post showing much of the RR transfers are not being used well. And therefore, we need to be cautious in the way we approach the opening up. Also, a lot of the transfers are intra anyway. I believe that this policy is reciprocal and is compatible and is need basis. It is a gradual approach, and no RR, as far as we know, transfers all its VIP force. Okay, so we are not also, different. We are not transferring all our V force. The only difference is that we allow part of our V force to work as it's already working in the intra world. So I support a step-by-step approach, and if later on we discover we want to make an enhancement of it, we can add it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil. We go to KK. I like that name.
Thank you. I actually oppose this policy because I do not see how it is compatible with ARIN's policies. Because as far as I know, ARIN imposes requirement of bidirectional transfer policy on its recipients. So the fact that this policy does not allow free bidirectional transfer means that AFRINIC cannot receive resources from the largest IP resource supplier in the world. And actually, in my view, it only perpetuates the unjust and inferior position of AFRINIC and could potentially stifle the business development in the region. Thank you.
Can you speak slowly, because I'm not even understanding what you're saying.
I'm sorry. Again, in my opinion, this policy is incompatible with ARIN's policies, which means that AFRINIC will not be able to receive resources from ARIN, who is the largest IP supplier in the world. And this would make put AFRINIC in an unjust and inferior position in comparison to other REERs and would stifle business development in the region.
Okay, thank you. Jody, you're next on the queue, but I think it's giving you a superpower, because when I was checking originally, you were not next. So the next person, according to when I was checking, was Anthony Uba. Then we now come to Jody. Anthony is no longer on the queue, so we go to Jody.
Hello?
My question is, can you hear me?
Jody,
Yes.
can we? Anthony, go on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Jody.
Okay. My question is actually just to make sure if the staff has checked the reciprocity of the 3 proposals which are in. I asked for that in the last meeting just to make sure, so it's not just my word. Anyway, in the chat, I copied the staff analysis that was done jointly with ARIN for a similar proposal in LACNIC. So it's clear that it's not just what I am thinking, it's what it was said by ARIN to a similar proposal. So again,
okay, thank you,
I am not trying to go against this proposal. I am trying to make sure that we approve a proposal that it will work. Otherwise, has no sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anthony Uba.
Okay. So in addition to what Jody said, yeah, we do need an inter-RIR policy, and we must consider reciprocity, because as we know it, ARIN has 39% of the available resources. They are allotted around 99.89% or so. And from what we see, they are the biggest donors. And if they demand that there must be reciprocity for us to benefit from their resources, then I think any resource that is, any policy that's been proposed as an inter-RIR policy must consider that reciprocity, because that is the direction of inflow. That's just what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Is there anybody that wants to add something along that line? Please, you don't need to state that anymore. That is already taken into consideration. We have Ucheria.
Because that only legal resources and resources transferred in from other variables. In my understanding, it doesn't make this proposal systematic with other regions. It would be much simpler and easier to allow two-way transfer. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheria. We have MM Williams.
don't know how.
What you want to state, I'm sure it has to be different from what others have stated. If not,
hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can we please mute Ucheria, please? Staff.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Looking at the policy, I strongly believe that this policy is not necessary, because how would you expect
Staff, can you mute Ucheria, please?
Hello?
Okay, go on, we can hear you now.
Okay. This policy, I strongly oppose it, because how do you expect other RIR to transfer resources into Africa, into AFRINIC, while AFRINIC is actually reserving its own? It will not work, because passing this kind of policy...
We already heard that. We know that. Do you have any other thing to say apart from that?
Yes, all I want to say is that the policy will not support, will not encourage business growth and smooth.
Okay, thank you. We've had
Hello?
that. Can we, yeah, no, we've had. Do you have any other points apart from that? We'll move to Pascal.
No. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We've listened to you. Pascal. Pascal, you have the floor. Okay. We have Benjamin.
City is guaranteed due to the fact that the resources coming into AFRINIC can go out again from AFRINIC. I appreciate and I consider that policy because it's a kind of safeguard for our own resources in the African region and enables the circularity of all resources out of the AFRINIC ones. All resources coming in can go out again, so that those resources can come back and so on, and go out and come back. So I believe this reciprocity is guaranteed, which is not the case for the previous policies, as there was no safeguard on the AFRINIC's own resources, which have to remain in Africa. So I do support this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Marius, next.
Hello? Can someone hear me?
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Can
Yes,
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. I think I couldn't hear the chairs. I'm sorry for that. So yes, I would just wanted to stress the fact that I think the most efficient policy would be one allowing free-flowing IP resources with like safeguards such as like just a need-based policy. And I think that the current one does not provide us like enough simple and clear mechanism to ensure that just a free market operates and we obtain an efficient outcome, especially regarding what we stressed with the ARIN reciprocity. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Joshua. Joshua. Okay, I think that's all we can take. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. Do we have Joshua there?
Can you hear me?
So I'm going to give us some time to respond to this.
Okay.
Gary, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So
hello.
As you can see, most of the question and reaction are about reciprocity. AFRINIC said, ARIN said this, ARIN said that, but we do not have evidence right now. So we still continue to put barrier in front of us as a community. We don't want to move on. So we should not stay at home in AFRINIC and say, no, 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 it's not reciprocal, because no, we don't want to know what they want to do. We know what we want to do, right? So, for example, if they said we have Sept.3/8, and do you know the poll for ARIN, is that reciprocal? Is that compatible? But what we have, so we want to protect what we have, but we still want to get resource out and get back. So it's open and can also come in, but we want to do it with caution. So I will let the floor to the other authors to add some comment on it.
Does the other authors have something to say?
Yes, this is Alain. This is Alain. I think, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Yes, okay. So I think all the contributors that I should have said, we know we did this. This is a remake. We did this in Rwanda. So if staff can get response from the other RIR about this issue, so we will be able to move on. So that when we close the issue, and then probably we, the authors, we will be able, if there is a need for changes, we will adjust. We will adjust. But apparently, we seem to be stuck at the point where, and it's unfortunate that from December to now, we did not get the clarification, because we thought by now staff should have given us something. So but we are confident, and we want our African colleagues to say that even if we are going for negotiations, we should first stand on our feet and know what we want to do. And as we said, we are not against opening. Like we said, we are the authors of the current intra-area policy, and people are moving numbers on the continent. You can see the statistics. Okay, so we still want to be cautious and go gradual. So I think this is the approach I think we should go. But okay, let's see what we get from the other regions, and then we may adjust to it. But we are still confident that we will make on the state of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we move to the next one, I would like to invite Madhvi. Madhvi, I want to ask a direct question. Do you have any response from other RIR regarding if this proposal is reciprocal?
For this proposal, the one authored by Alain, I've checked my inbox, and ARIN had said that it's not reciprocal in December last year.
Okay, so that's
but
a confirmation.
What I suggest to
that it is
do
not.
is, since we have 3 policies and 2 of them there have been modifications, I suggest that we ask ARIN, and I will put up a table based on their response on the RPD mailing list, if the community agrees.
That's fine. So we have a confirmation on that. So what I'm going to do is, we're supposed to have Benjamin. Benjamin, I'm going to give you 30 seconds because we're running out of time. 30 seconds.
I just simply want to say that I support this proposal fully. It seems to be very progressive and a phased approach to openness somewhere down the line. Yes, we are running out of IP addresses, but we haven't reached there yet. So this proposal will ensure that at the point where it becomes critical, we'll be ready to go. So I support this proposal fully. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Benjamin. So we're going to move on. Okay. Yeah, that's fine now. We're going to move to the next proposal. Can you please come up with my slide? Okay, so we're going to call in the next author, which is going to be the resource transfer policy, which is authored by Anthony Uba and Taiwo Akin. Sorry about that. I couldn't see my slide. And Taiwo. So can we give the floor to Taiwo and Anthony to please present their proposal in 8 minutes? Thank you.
I'm trying to. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Taiwo.
Okay, I'm trying to share my screen, but I don't know. Okay. Oh, finally, I could see my PowerPoint. Okay, that's good. All right, good, everyone. Can everyone see the slide?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I am Taiwo Yewande, and I'm presenting this policy with Anthony Uba, who I guess is on the screen as well. So I'll quickly run through the slides and we'll get questions and reviews from the community. So this is a resource transfer policy. I believe most people have read the policy, so I'm not going to read through the policy. I'm just going to slide through. So before I start, I would like to discuss where we are and where we're coming from. AFRINIC already has an intra-area policy, which is already existing and which facilitates or allows transfer of resources within the region. As Jody already stated, AFRINIC is the only region that doesn't have an entire policy. All other regions have entire policies. So I think we're a little bit late, but as they say, it's better late than never. At this time, IPv4 resources are really, really scarce. You know, we're in the COVID era. People need resources to grow countries, grow companies. People need resources to even talk to families, and the crave or the need for these IPv4 resources is increasing at this time. And at the same time, these resources are scarce at the moment. So for us to satisfy new customers and existing customers, I think inter-area transfer policy is the way forward. As I said earlier, we have an intra-area policy, which was integrated in CPM in February 2019, but I don't think that's not enough anymore to satisfy the need. Also, the CPM doesn't discuss how these transfers take place. So we are proposing a policy where there's a discussion on intra-area, that's transfer between regions, and there's also a procedure in which these transfers will be taking place. As I said, I'm not going to read through. I'm not going to read everything. I'm just going to give you a breakdown, a summary. So this policy states that a transfer is initiated by a resource holder, and the resource holder initiates a transfer when he has a receiving entity that is ready to receive the resource. Now, this resource holder can initiate a transfer if the resource is not in dispute, if the owner of the resource is registered to a regional registry, and if he has an agreement with the receiving entity. Now, resources, we don't have any upper limits to transfer because we want a free flow of resources between regions. Also, transfer to AFRINIC will first be evaluated based on need by AFRINIC before the transfer is initiated. And this policy states that a transfer from AFRINIC to another region must follow the policy of the receiving region. This policy also discusses legacy resources. Legacy resources will no longer be regarded as legacy resources. Thus, once a resource is transferred, it loses its legacy status. As I said earlier, there's a procedure being discussed here. So basically, the procedure states that a resource holder initiates a transfer with a receiving entity, and this resource holder discusses with its own regional registry using a standard template. So the regional registry assesses the request and informs the resource holder, the receiving entity, and the region receiving the transfer. So when the region receiving the transfer approves the transfer, then the resources can be transferred. So as a checksum, we also implemented statistics, which will be posted by AFRINIC every month. So the idea is for AFRINIC to be able to have a view and see how the resources are being transferred in and out of the region. Yes, so we also have references. And as Jody already discussed, this is from NRO on 30th of June. Though I noticed that on this slide, which Jody also has, you can see that LACNIC has not yet implemented entire as at this time, but this is no longer correct because as of July, LACNIC implemented entire. But as Jody pointed out, you can see 18 million going out of ARIN and just about 146,000 going out of APNIC. So you see that ARIN has most resources going out of the region. So I believe that with this policy, more resources will come into AFRINIC, and AFRINIC will be able to grow without limitation. And that's my proposal. Thank you.
Madly, staff analysis, please.
So we understand that this policy proposal introduces a two-way inter-OIR and as well as the intra-OIR transfer policy, thereby allowing IPv4 resources to be transferred within, into, and out of the AFRINIC region. There are a couple of clarification requests, and that the source must be the current holder, rights holder of the V4 address resources, registered with any RIR, and shall be in compliance with the policies of the receiving RIR. Sorry, I'm muting my net. And this statement is not clear, as source entities exist in and are subject to the policies of either AFRINIC or another RIR, so which are the source RIRs. So the source entity has no relationship with the receiving RIR. So this is what we understand, but can the authors clarify as to what they actually mean in this case? 5.7.5.1 speaks of using a standard template, so clarification is needed on this standard template. Is it a globally accepted standard template across all regions? Because we know that there is a coordination between the other 4 RIRs that have a transfer policy, inter-RIR transfer policy in place, and they have agreed on how to communicate on these transfers, but we are not sure as to what the authors of this policy mean here. This policy, the proposal also lacks a guideline on disputed resources. So can we have a clarification as to how AFRINIC shall handle any resources that are involved in transfers, but that are in dispute? Some text in the proposal, so we'd like to raise this here, is that for transfers from AFRINIC to another RIR, so it is not clear to us as to why the authors are requesting that the source entity shall comply with the policies of the receiver.
Hello? Hello? Can I be heard? Hello?
We're hearing you, Taiwo. It's Madvi. Let's give her 1 second to come back. Or Taiwo, do you have response to some of?
Yeah, I'm here. Anthony is here. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, Anthony, we can hear you. Sorry, I thought it was Taiwo.
Okay. Okay.
But we can't see.
I have actually put my video on. I don't know why it's off.
Do you have that square in front of the video or a triangle?
Yeah, okay. I'm actually using my phone for a hotspot, so I received the call and knocked me off temporarily. So according to our policy, when a resource holder wants to transfer to another region, both the sender and the receiver would sit and align the agreement with AFRINIC. And yes, it will align with the policy of the receiving RIR, because with ARIN, for example, which has the most resources, they demand a reciprocity. There's a reciprocity clause there. So it must align, because if there's a reciprocity, it means, yes, I can fully send to you, and I can also get those resources and more back when I demand it. So that's why it was placed there. So I didn't get the other.
Sorry, 1 second. Anthony, we'll go back to Madhvi. Madhvi, you have the floor.
If before she comes
yep.
in. Okay, all right, fine.
You're good.
Yep,
yes,
that's cool.
So coming back to this slide, did you hear me from the beginning, or should I restart?
You can start from this beginning of this.
Okay.
I think you should start from
Yeah.
the beginning.
So for the inter-RIR transfers, the source entity usually would have a relationship, if they're already a member, with the source RIR. Okay, and the recipient entity is interpreted to be different from the source entity and is bound to comply with the policies of the RIR in which they're operating, and what we call the receiving RIR here. So when a transfer request is submitted to the receiving RIR by someone who does not have a relationship, the RIR is not able to verify whether the source entity is the current holder of the resources, and do further checks to assess the validity or according to their own business rules.
Can we speak now? Is that all?
No, I do have a couple more, and okay. Yeah. So this slide, it's telling, we're trying to explain here that how we think, sorry, how the text is a bit confusing for us, because AFRINIC has no relationship with the source of a transfer that exists outside its region. So it will recommend that the source of a transfer correspond with its RIR, and AFRINIC will, the recipient in our region, will correspond to AFRINIC, and the coordination, once the transfer is approved, happens between the two RIRs, who shall then communicate to the respective party in their region. Some perceived implementation challenges that staff highlighted are that in section 5.7.3.2, source entities are eligible to receive further IPv4 from AFRINIC as long as it complies with the current policy. This is bound to lead to abuse, because they can just transfer the request and then come back with needs immediately after, and comply with the current policies. And 5.7.4.2 is conflicting with the previous section of the proposal. So the quick things are like for the impact. So just like the past two proposals, inter-RIR transfer policies will impact several of our systems, and should it reach consensus with the clarifications explained, then at least 2 months will be required, 12 months will be required for its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madhvi. Do you want to respond to Madhvi now? Yes, go ahead. I give you 1 minute.
All right. let me try and answer the ones I remember. The policy, yeah, the policy states that resources in dispute cannot be transferred. It is written there that for a resource to be transferred, the resources must not be in dispute. It's written in the policy policy text. So another question you asked was about discussing transfer with another RIR. I still don't see where that came from because it is also written in the text that an initiating party discusses with its own regional registry, and its regional registry. Let me give you the actual in the procedures in 5.7.5.1. The transferring party who holds the resources can initiate a transfer request between itself and an external party if both parties agree. The party send a request to the regional registry with which the resources are registered. That is its own regional registry. And in the next slide, in my next slide, that's 5.7.5.2, it says, after the transferring regional registry has reviewed the application and deemed it appropriate to proceed with the transfer, it shall notify the receiving regional registry. So communication is between the host regional registry or the transferring regional registry to the receiving regional registry, the transferring party, and the recipient. That's what's written in the text. So I don't, maybe I got you wrong, but then the last
it's clear that, okay, go ahead.
I'm trying to remember the last point. So what was the last point you just brought up? I thought I wrote it, but I didn't. Anyway.
I think the last point, can Madvi, okay, Taiwo, we'll come back to that. Can Madvi will send you a text on the last point. We'll need to come to the queue, please. Can we have the queue cleared? And we now open the floor. Please. Is Daniel there?
Pete? Okay, Daniel. Daniel.
Okay. Do we have Daniel, or can we go to Elvis? Then we'll come back to Daniel. Elvis. Can we have Elvis? Can we have Adiola Aina? So we'll come back to Daniel and Elvis.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Okay, just allow me to start from where we left it in Luanda again. I think I want everybody to read the problem statement. I noticed that the authors trying to escamote to quickly move away from the problem statement. The problem statement is saying that the lack of inter-area policy thereby is hindering smooth business operation development and growth in a region. This proposal aims to establish an efficient and business-friendly mechanism to allow a number of resources to be transferred from and to the other regions. And we said that this is not a problem for us to solve. We are not creating a business for IP address. This is what these people seem to be doing, and it's clear in the problem statement. It's clear in the problem statement. So we are no longer running network. Okay, so we are just now going to make a friendly business environment for IP to be transferred. I'm afraid that we are not solving what we are supposed to do here. My last thing is that I think as Madvi said, and he has to go and query the other RIR, and I don't want us to only focus on ARIN. And we want the response from the other area for each of the policy to be very explicit and say where the problem is so that we can address. So don't say it's incompatible. No, I should say out. And I don't want us to only focus on ARIN. Okay, but ARIN is not the only one having the number. So, but then I think on that note, I think I'm not here to create a business, a friendly business for IP address transfer. I'm here to allow people to get numbers, to grow internet in Africa, to grow internet in Africa for the existing and coming generation. Thank you.
Jody.
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Jody.
Okay. Very quickly, and this is a question for both the authors and Madvi. Just to clarify the situation, and Alani is right, it's not just making sure it's reciprocal with ARIN, but clearly ARIN is the most important one. My point is that in your point, in your proposal point 5.7.4.3, you say transferred IPv4 legacy resources will no longer be regarded as legacy resources. What happens is that ARIN, RIPE, and I believe also AFRINIC don't accept that. So my request to both the authors at Madvi is to confirm if they have checked this, and if not, to do it as soon as possible, because otherwise the policy don't make sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have Oluwaseun. We have Oluwaseun.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh. Hello. Okay. I'm Oluwaseun from Abuja, Nigeria.
Oluwaseun, we can't hear you anymore. Can we go back to Daniel, please? We can't hear Oluwaseun. Elvis? Is Daniel or Elvis back now? Okay, do we have Neil?
Can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I think this was also stated earlier in Luanda. I think the need for the policy needs to be more clearly established. If you say that there's demand for V4 in Africa, you should show that demand to justify you saying that you expect to get numbers from another place. In the same vein, I think it is perhaps futile to be comparing what AFRINIC will get as compared to what we will get. The fact that AFRINIC gets does not mean we'll get the same. AFRINIC is a much, much larger registry than we are. Our needs are much smaller than AFRINIC's needs. So simply looking at the diagram and therefore expecting that you will get something is not with sufficient evidence. And lastly, we are not in any business here. The business here is every company is running his business to use numbers to run a network and service their customers. Okay, that is the business. There's nothing else. If you believe that there is something else, then maybe it's not here. But as for here, the real business is to make sure that the ISPs or the operators are performing well and they are able to take care of their customers. And if they have needs, we struggle to satisfy their needs. That is really the business that we are doing, not business of a business environment for moving IP numbers. We're not into that business. Thank you, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Neil. Can we take Madvi first of all so that she can respond to one of two things?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So in regard to the reciprocity, I will be checking with all the 4 other RIRs and on all the 3 policy proposals that are under discussion at the moment. The response will also be shared with each policy author in regard to their policy proposal. And I will be summarizing it in each impact assessment after that, and also updating the community about it. In regard to the impact assessment on this latest policy, the resource transfer policy, we've checked the version, at least that is published on the website, and 5.73.1 mentions the source must be the current rights holder of the V4 address registered with any RIR, and shall be in compliance with the policies of the receiving RIR. So for us, the source has a source RIR, and the recipient of the transfer has its own RIR, which is the recipient, the receiving RIR. And the dispute, while it was present in the first draft of the proposal, in the second draft of the proposal, it was taken out. So the authors may want to further clarify. An email is most welcome. And from then on, we can adjust the impact assessment if need be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madvi. We have Kay, please.
I actually think that there is a great need for this policy, and it's very important. Because in my view, that the fact that AFRINIC is not free to transfer its resources how it sees fit, while other RIRs are completely free to do so, shows how the African region is forced into an inferior position to this day.
Kay, please go slowly. Kay, go slowly.
Okay, I will do my best.
Yeah.
The fact that AFRINIC is not free to transfer its resources forces the organization in an inferior position in comparison to other RIRs. I think that it is an unjust and unfair situation. I believe that supporting this policy is the minimal first step we, as a global community, must take to show that we do recognize and respect our African colleagues as equals. It is a necessary step to try and repair historic injustices when the African communities had no say in regards to what happens to their resources for many centuries. This is the only policy that proposes a free and unlimited flow of resources. I think this is essential for promoting the economic development in the region and giving Africa full agency of its own resources in line with other RIRs. I fully support this policy because, in my view, it is our duty to advocate for every and all policies that seek to promote justice, equality, and economic development of the African region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kay. I can see that Daniel is back online. Can we have Daniel? Daniel, please. Okay, can we go to Noah? Then we come to Benjamin, is going to be the last one. Okay, we'll give Marius. Marius is back now. No, so it's Elvis, not Marius. Noah, then Benjamin. Minor, it's minor.
Hello? Yes,
Yeah.
I would like to say that, okay, this is Benjamin. I would like to say that I oppose this policy simply on the basis of the problem statement not being factual and not really talking. You cannot look at the first sentence. You cannot have a problem statement that addresses a non-existent policy. As far as we know, there is currently no two-way inter-IR policy. So how can the current presidency fail to support it? The following two sentences in the problem statement are actually a solution or a proposal to the problem, and therefore don't belong in the problem statement. So I would ask authors to remove the last two sentences in the problem statement out of the problem statement, and then really address which problem they're trying to solve, because currently this proposal doesn't have any basis in the fact that there's no you cannot have a non-existent policy and then say that there's a problem with the non-existent policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have the last one, Pascal? Pascal, please.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello.
Abdul Karim, I've not been able to speak. This is Noah.
Okay. I was wondering. I thought it was you. Okay, you will come after. You were supposed to go before you. Okay. Noah, let's have Noah first. Then we'll have Pascal.
Okay, so I'm really concerned with this policy in general, because of most importantly the fact that this policy would actually open up room for abuse. I mean, in this continent, and I'm not sure if the authors have ever cared to look at the objectives of the AFRINIC bylaws, but if you read section 3.4 of the bylaws, subsection 3, you will read that the statement says that the intention is to promote responsible management of internet resources throughout the African region, as well as the responsible development and operation of internet infrastructure in this region. Now, if people are saying that resources should just flow, okay, as if this is some business which we are now transacting, this is irresponsible. This organization must ensure that it promotes responsible management of internet resources. We receive these resources so that they can be used to develop the internet in this continent, right? So therefore, we cannot just say that we should allow a flow of resources in and out because everybody else is doing that in other regions. We had the last share of these resources when these resources were being allocated by IANA. You know, we had the list of these resources, and most importantly, whatever is inside within the continent
should be
protected, and therefore we can only support the proposal which we put forward, in which allows more addresses to flow in, rather than saying let's just open up and this will open a big room for abuse.
Thank you, Noah. Thank you, Noah. Sorry, we're running out of time. Can we have Pascal, who's the last one, please?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. I believe in a granular approach and a modular approach. And based on the last proposal, some people supported the fact that, okay, they support a granular approach. If I can remember in Luanda, one of the issues that people were talking about this policy was the issue of a need base. And I think these authors have included that need base, okay? So for me, I think what people should even be looking at now is that I don't see why the other two authors, the other two proposals, because I remember the co-chair gave that, asked that question in Luanda. If they can all cohabit and come out with a proposal. Okay, because right now, the last proposal, some said, okay, it is fine. This one is not fine. The other one is not fine. For me, we should come together as a community, work together and come out with one proposal, because believe you me, we are stuck. We are stuck with this. So if that is the case, for me, I think we should just come together. The two previous policies, authors should come and work together with these guys, and we come together, we make a solution. Rather than saying we are hiding what we have, we don't want to give it out, we're jumping around. They are brought in a need base, as argued in Luanda. Thank you very much. I support this policy.
Thank you very much, Pascal. Thank you very much. I think we're running out of time. We're going to read what we have on chats. So what we're going to do now, let me thank the authors. We as co-chairs, we're going to come up with decisions on all the proposals that have been discussed from yesterday to today. We're supposed to be in open mic now. So what we're going to do is we're going to start the open mic now. That gives us about 5 minutes to consult with my other co-chair. And after 5 minutes, we're going to stop the open mic. We'll give decisions, maybe 5 to 10 minutes. We'll give decisions and we'll continue with the open mic. Thank you very much. So we have an open mic now. Sorry, were you hearing me, Saints? Moses, can you confirm you've heard me?
Mention the next person to speak, but we could not hear you mentioning the name.
Okay, sorry. What we're going to do now, let me give an explanation if you didn't hear me earlier, is we're going to move to we have the next, we have at the moment, we need to go on a break, okay, because we have to stop at the moment because we're running out of time. We're going to go on a break, which is going to last for about 8 minutes. After the 8 minutes, we're going to come back. We're going to give decisions on all the proposals that has been discussed from yesterday up till today, and we'll continue with the open mic. So we're going to take an 8 minutes break for us to consult and also to come up with decisions, and we'll come back with the open mic. Thank you very much. So we can proceed on break now. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. I would like to keep you updated as much as possible. I would like to refer to an announcement. I would like to bring to your attention the annual general members meeting, the AGMM, that is coming up tomorrow, immediately after the AFRINIC board community engagement session. This meeting will take place in the same platforms, but the members are, however, advised to use the AGMM link and token received by email to access the platform. This is to be noted that you will not, if you're attending the AGMM, you will not use the link that you're connecting to this meeting, but you will have to check your email and see the AGMM link that has been sent to you with the tokens. We have a test scheduled today at 13 UTC to help you familiarize with the platform. Also, as you do this, remember to give us your feedback. We are conducting a survey to find out how your AIS'20 online experience has been, and we would love to hear from you. It is important that you have your voice heard as well through the meeting survey. Without further ado, I would like to hand over the session again to the co-chairs. Welcome.
Welcome back from your break. I hope you had a cup of coffee, you stretched your leg, or you had some water to drink. So we're going to start the open mic now, which is the sessions that allow people to bring issues. And like I said earlier on, the open mic is going to run for about the first 10 minutes. Then we're going to give decisions on all the policies that were discussed, and we'll also continue with the open mic depending on how much time we have left. So for the open mic session, first of all, let me use this opportunity to thank the community, especially for the confidence you've reposed in me to continue as the co-chair. I want to most especially thank others that stepped down, Noah and others. I want to everybody, sorry. I want to thank everybody, and also to tell the community that yes, I would continue to listen to the community. We'll do our best and give the best to this community. Thank you very much. And on that note, I want to also start with some issues which I think we really need to think about in this community. First of all, I think there is clear misunderstanding of a lot of proposal by a lot of us within the community. And the understanding we have for some proposal, or the lack of understanding, it's a bit worrisome that we need to make sure we read, understand, and try. If we don't understand what we are going to do as co-chairs, we started these online webinars. We thought it's going to be monthly. We felt we need to change it, but what we have seen in the last, especially in the last few days, or in the past few days, especially both at the meeting and on the mailing list, is a clear misunderstanding of some of these things. And the problem is at the PPM, we don't really have enough time either for the authors to explain or for we co-chairs to step in. So the thing is, we need to go back to start having these online webinars where we will have time to discuss proposals. We're not going to be seeking for consensus. We're going to just, so that people will come, understand these proposals, understand the challenges, so that by the time we come to the PPMs, we are not going to be discussing issues that is totally irrelevant. So we need to do that. We're still going to go back to that. That is one of the things in which myself and the other co-chairs discussed, and we're going to discuss modalities of bringing this back. But one thing is for us to bring it back. The other thing is for us to have people attend, because the essence of this is for us to have participation. We need participation within the community. We're very happy to see new faces. We're very happy to see a lot of people participating. That is the joy of this community. But in as much as we want people to participate, in as much as we want to open up, okay, we don't want participation that would lead to us pulling us back, or issues about things that are not relevant directly as a result of lack of understanding of some of these proposals. Yes, some of these proposals are technical. Some of it myself, I had to take time to understand them. And by the time we spend a lot of times allowing authors to explain this thing to us, especially a lot of us that are not network administrators and things like that, it might be difficult for us. And we want people from diverse background, people who are network administrators, non-network administrators, from the academia, from the civil society. We want participation from all industries because it's a multi-stakeholder platform. It's a platform where people are supposed to come in and express themselves. So that is one thing we'll first of all think. And the other thing is, again, is one thing we've noticed is most at times with these policies, we're throwing away the baby with the bathwater. Most of these policies has good inputs, but it might probably be one line, 2 lines that is actually problematic. I think we need to discuss this as a community. We need to discuss how we'll be able to look at these proposals line by line, rather than having an holistic view of these proposals. Because one thing I've seen is now we have a lot of proposals. and we need to deal with these proposals. But the way we are dealing with it, it seems as if we're just throwing most of these proposals, we're throwing away the baby with the bathwater. And that is one thing I want this community to think about. How do we solve this problem? And the other thing is, a lot of people come in and say they oppose the policy. Yes, some people agree with it. Some people disagree with the fact that you say you oppose or you support a policy. I don't have an opinion on that, because the way we deal with these issues at the moment is once we have a problem with one line, then we say I oppose the policy. Once we like the lines, we say I support the policy. So that is one of the problems. And again, we also need to make sure that staff, I'm going to round up very quickly so that I'm not the only one speaking. We also need to make sure that some of the conflicts we have in the policy manual that staffs are pointing out, we need to find ways of sorting them out. Yes, some of them are not valid conflicts, as highlighted yesterday, okay? And also we need to make sure that our PPM meetings, we come and we have quality discussions and not about trivial issues. Those are issues we need to look at. I want the community to think. I want the answers to some of these questions to come from the community. As co-chairs, it's limited what we can do. We're just there to listen to the community. It is your call. It is whatever you want that we also will try and implement with you. So what we want to do is we want you to think of solutions to some of these problems. And we will, as much as possible, support the community as co-chair. Before I open the queue, we have the queue already. I don't know if my co-chair, Moses, has something to say before others. Moses, are you there? Okay, what? Yeah, Moses.
I basically want to take this opportunity to thank the community and those that were able to join today and yesterday's PPM. All your contributions are very important and key. So let's continue with that spirit of furthering the growth of internet and development in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moses. One last thing I want to say is this is a unique policy meeting. This is the first time we're having it online. And yes, there are some challenges, but I want to say, yes, to a great extent, we've had a fantastic meeting, and we need to thank AFRINIC staff for putting in place an opportunity for us, despite the challenge we have this year. It's good. We need to say thank you to them, doing a great job from the CEO down to everybody. And say that one of the things that has been raised on the mailing list is the issue of not having enough time. Yes, we should look into that. It's beyond us as chairs. We have to speak to the community. So I'm going to open the queue now, and the first person I can see on the queue is Jody. We're going to have Jody. Then after Jody, we're now going to go back to discuss. We're going to have Jody, Anthony, and Neil. Then after then, we discuss the result, or we discuss our decision on all the policy proposals. Thank you. So we have the first three, then we'll come and discuss.
Thanks, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Speak.
Yes, okay. I want to say something which obviously we still don't know your decision, but I think it's important to resolve the problem of the inter-rear policy. So if you believe that none of the proposals reached consensus, I have a proposal about how to resolve the situation, because I really think this is critical for AFRINIC. Okay, so my proposal is 4 points. First point, ensure that the other rears confirm reciprocity with each of the 3 policy proposals with a deadline by mid-October. Second, chairs to facilitate consensus of the different policy proposals in a single version. I believe at least two of them, the one from Taiwo and Anthony and myself, and they confirm it in the chat, can be put together very easily. I am happy to support that, and it will be ideal to do the same with the other one, but at least these two can be a single one. I think we should, the co-chair should facilitate that discussion, and then the authors publish a new version, start the discussion in the list, and I will say this should be done by end of October. This gives us time for a new round of discussion on the list in case we need to tidy up something else. The third point is ask the board to call for a new online PDP as late as by December. And if needed, that PDP should be only to resolve the inter-RIR problem, so we can finally reach consensus. If the community, and this is my fourth point, don't reach consensus, the board should make a policy. They have the power to do that according to the bylaws, but they should also bring this policy according to the bylaws as a proposal to the next, for ratification in the next meeting. Why this is important? Because any inter-RIR policy takes 1 year to implement, and the implementation effort, time, and the job to be done is the same for all the three policy proposals. So if the board approves a policy proposal, it means the implementation can start, and then the community will save 6 months or 1 year when the community approves his own proposal, in case the community don't ratify the one proposed by the board. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jody. I think it was Neil that we have next, or was it Anthony? I'm not sure.
Okay, I can go. Okay, then go ahead.
You can go ahead, Prof. I'll speak after you.
Prof. Neil, you can go on. Then we'll come to Anthony.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Co-Chair, I'm going to try to respond to some of the questions that you raised. First, I think we all believe in openness, and some of us have been promoting openness for quite some time. However, there's something we need to discuss, which you may have touched on. Several new people, great, welcome. Several from outside, good. But when new people start by saying I oppose, it feels awkward when we have come to discuss. Okay. I've also noticed a certain pattern which is worth pointing out publicly. Majority of a good number, I would say majority, a good number that fall in this thing I'm questioning or I'm uncomfortable with, they consistently oppose certain particular policies. Okay, abuse, compliance, restraint entire policies, and so on. Now, PDP require individual participation. So if it happens to be that a member, an interest, is organizing these activities to influence PDP or direct PDP in some way, remember, you folks saying I oppose, you may be considered complicit, to PDP abuse. So let's be careful with what's going on and really commit ourselves to respect the openness and treat it with gentility, okay, as opposed to the direction it's going. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. We have Anthony, please?
Yeah, thank you, Co-Chair. I noticed I wasn't allowed to respond to the questions to our policy, so that's what I came here to respond to, because other presenters had a fair time to respond to some of these. First, I want to acknowledge what Jody Pallet said. We have to get this policy over the line because it's needed. I'll start by responding to what Professor Nikweno said. He said, why are we asking for an inter-RIR policy? Are there indications to state that there's need for it? And I can respond to that with a question. And that question is, why are we in the phase 2 of the soft landing? It's a clear indication that we are going towards that shortfall. And this is a proactive policy that should cater to that. And for Aina, who was saying that we said things about business, ease of doing business, the truth, like I said in Luanda, these things are not statistics. They are resources for businesses. And right now, internet is enterprise. You can't separate IP addresses, internet from business, because these businesses are what need these resources. And these resources are the drivers to economic growth. So the need for these resources are growing exponentially. With the instance of COVID-19, we know that there is a demand for remote connections and so many things. So yeah, there's a huge consumption. And we know AFRINIC has the least, despite our population in Africa of around 1.35 billion or thereabout. And there shouldn't be any fear of resources flying out, because we can see the trend of inter-IRR transfers is going towards, mostly towards AFRINIC, where the bulk of population is. They have a 4-point-something billion population. So it is where the market is. The market is those who consume these resources, those who use the enterprise solutions which require these IPv4 resources. So that is why we are sure, it's not a guess game, we are very sure that there is a need for these resources, and that's why this policy has to go over the line quickly as a proactive measure. We don't have to wait for it to deplete and the reserves to deplete entirely before we start pushing for it. Because like the staff said, if the if the policy reaches a consensus, it will take a 12-month window period for it to be implemented. What will happen in that 12 months? Where is Africa going to be at that time? So that's, I don't want to answer all the questions because we are not in that session now, but I just said I have to put this through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Yes, we're not going to stop now, and we're going to give some of the we're going to give all the decisions now, which I will go through, and I will start from where we are yesterday. Before I go through the decisions, I'm going to go through them in detail. And what I want is to give, can we clear the queue now? Then give the authors, all the authors for all proposals, permission to be able to respond or to be able to speak, and also same thing with staff, probably Madvi. So can we give permissions to just the authors? And it's only when I need clarifications, or when we need, when I say I, or when I say myself, I am not speaking for myself. I don't mean I mean we co-chairs. So I want us to understand that very well. I'll start with a simple PDP update, which is a proposal from Jody. We looked at this proposal. We find that we think this proposal is a very good proposal because, number one, it defines consensus. Okay. We don't need, and the other good thing about this proposal is we don't need to have all this policy all the policy discussions to come out to the PPM all the time. Those are some of the good things that we think, yes, it's good for the community. Then, because if we have all the policies coming all the time, then there is a problem because we are going to have overload. That's something from our side, because we think some of these policies, once it comes to the PPM, sometimes they might not need to come back. Those are some of the issues we have with it. It's also streamlined the work, and it forces people to use the online mailing list because some of the things. But there are lots of, one thing I want to emphasize is there were lots of irrelevant objections about this policy. Okay, a lot of people do not really understand the depth of this policy, and there were lots of things that we do not consider as valid objections to this policy, and especially when it comes to issue about reaching consensus. A lot of people are saying it's going to lead to people just trying to take over the mailing list. I don't think that is going to be the case, because what is going to happen is a situation whereby we're not judging consensus based on numbers. We're judging consensus based on the points, not on numbers. So even if 1,000,001 people are saying something and it is not a valid objection, then it doesn't really matter. Numbers does not count. It's not a game of number. However, there are valid objections to these proposals. Okay, one of it is the way we reach consensus is reached. The proposal proposed that the consensus is reached through a balance on the mailing list, the forum, and not at the PPM. We think the community still to judge consensus. It shouldn't be done just on the mailing list. That is one thing that we feel it's a point from the community. Then issues around how the chairs, how we drop proposals. That is one of the things that we also think has not been addressed enough. And a lot of people were talking about trust in the mailing list. Yes, it's an objection, but for us, it's not a serious problem, because we're not going to be judging consensus based on numbers. Okay, and also the fact that the policy is saying we must have more than 1 PPM per year. I think it's contradictory, especially with the bylaws, and that is one area that we think it's a major objection. Then the community also think that PPM should be to discuss burning issues, and this is one thing this policy proposal is not really addressing. And Jody, I think is Jody there? Do we have Jody?
Yes, I am speaking.
Okay. Jody, the thing is, are you ready to make some changes to this proposal based on the fear that the community is having?
Yes, of course, but really, I think the points that you mentioned are not valid, because, for example, you say the bylaw
No,
says...
Jody, we're not here to say if my points are valid. These are things we have discussed.
I will respond in the list.
Extensively. Okay. These are things we've discussed extensively between we co-chairs, and it is what it is at the moment. We're not talking about if it is valid or not, but these are concerns that needs to be addressed.
Okay.
Yes.
The point is that they have been addressed already. That's my point.
Okay, Jody, I think we need to address some of these policies. I'm going to give you some of these points. I think this policy is very close, because why I want us to do this is we have another policy, which is on the PDP working group, which addresses a similar issue with yours. I will come back and tell you what exactly is going to be the decision on this. Okay, I think I can go ahead. The decision is this policy has not reached consensus, because we think it is very close. We had a lot of argument about this policy because it's very close. It's just few points that needs to be addressed. If you address those issues, we think it is a very good proposal, and it is something that needs to be looked at by the community. But there are some key issues: issue of more than 1 PPM per year, issue of community think and having online. Those are issues that has to do with day-to-day running of the organization. And those are things that we think we need to be careful about. And that is why we think this policy has not reached consensus. Okay. I would now move to the next one, which is on the PDP working group, which is by Noah. let me start by saying it is entrusting that the working group will take decision by consensus, an appointment of co-chairs by consensus. To us, to what we've seen by what the community thinks this does not really make sense. Appointing co-chairs by consensus, yes, we have problems with the way we are appointing co-chairs now. But if we now decide to go down the consensus line, we're now going to have some further problems. And those are the things that has been expressed. If you read the mails by the community, or from most of the community, you will see that there is that fear in the community. Then the policy proposals, okay, that are chosen by consensus is splitting the election process we already have, okay? We need to look at the election process. We need to look at some of these issues, okay? But going by consensus is something that we really need to look at. If you look at most of the objection, consensus may even take months. It might take a lot of time for us to achieve consensus. And at the end of the day, we still have to come back to there is a voting. The problem with voting is how do you address some of those issues? We're going to that. The co-chair should not have hand in the That is one of the things that is being clearly said by the community that we think has not been addressed. The focus on the electoral process instead of compliance, issues around status quo of election and things like that. Then again, the board interfering in issue that has to do with the PDP directly. Those are issues that we think needs to be addressed. The community is saying having board interfere in some of these little things that has to do with the PDP should be avoided. And those are issues that we as co-chairs think are valid issues. And on that basis, we think compared to Jodi's proposal, this proposal is very far off from consensus. And what we are thinking is, if Jodi can actually agree to some of the changes, we would probably suggest that it's better to work with Jodi, okay, and try, because I think it's just some little points which I've raised some of them, and those are one of the issues that can be resolved, and so that we can bring this thing back and discuss it. And the next one is the chair election process. For the chair election process, the policy reduces participation, okay, equal representation. And one of the things about the chair election process that was proposed by Jodi, the first thing is, which I see that has to be resolved, is the issue of gender. It's saying the two co-chairs cannot be from the same gender. Yes, it's a good thing, but I can say most times it might be a problem. Yes, they shouldn't be from the same country. It might be a good thing, but that gender restriction, we think, the community thinks it is an issue that is an issue for the community and is a big issue. And we think on that basis, and the voting register, that is one of the big issues on that election co-chair process proposal. It is, for example, I would list the issues. The first one has to do with the policy reduces participation, equal representation is violated because the board has unprecedented power. There is also not enough information on the logistics of the vote, that's the e-voting. That's A. B, there is a contradiction on when the term ends during the meeting. The term ends during the first PPM, corresponding to the end of the term for which they are appointed is not clear enough. And a term may begin or end no sooner than the first day of the PPM. Those are issues that we think is not clear enough that needs to be addressed. Then gender restriction, then the voting register. The first 3 points, we do not consider them as a major point, but the major point on this one is the issue of the voting register. How we validate the voting register. And on that basis, we think this policy has not reached consensus because those are issues that needs to be addressed. I'll move to the next one, which has to do with the board prerogative, which is a proposal also submitted by Jodi.
Something quickly. It's in line with what you are saying.
Sorry?
It's in line with what you are suggesting on the 3 previous proposals.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, you talked about the PDP update, you talked about the PDP working group guidelines and the chair election process. If you look at these 3 proposals, the PDP guideline is somehow something in the middle between the other 2, right? It's including the elections and the others. What I can suggest, and I am happy to do that, is if none of the 3 proposals reach a consensus, let's work with the authors of the 3 policy proposals to make 1 proposal for the PDP and 1 proposal for the elections.
Okay, Jody, that's one of the things we want to suggest.
Okay.
We're not. Unfortunately, the thing is, what we would have preferred is us having one of these things go through, but because they are so far off, and I started by asking you some specific question, which you were not ready to do, and that is why I think we at that point we need to make sure that is where the problem is. We need to have this problem solved.
Abdul Karim, I don't feel comfortable with this dialogue going on. So I think you need to.
Sorry, we're not going to have this. I'm not comfortable also with this dialogue. And Brody, please don't interrupt anymore from now. Except when I ask specific questions. On the board prerogative, okay, with Jody, the board cannot directly interfere with the PDP process. Something good. The terms of reference does not need to be stated. Jody addressed that. The Article 3.5 is related to members. Jody addressed that. Piecemeal is good, but we have been doing this and throwing away baby water. That's one of the issues that was raised with this policy yesterday, that we shouldn't do things with piecemeal. But what we co-chair think is that sometimes we need to do some of these things bit by bit, because what we have seen is we're throwing away the baby with the bathwater a lot of time. And the major objection with this proposal has to do with the section that says, as an exception of the preceding paragraph, in the absence of election process, for aspects related to the PDP co-chairs appeal committee, this aspect will be handled by the board in consultation with the community. However, this is also a temporary measure, and also specific draft policy proposal should be introduced for that. What we think is this is a section that is problematic with this proposal. Jody, are you willing to remove this section from the proposal? Yes or no?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Provided you remove this section from the proposal, we have a rough consensus on this proposal. Provided you remove this section. Okay.
I can do it in the next 2 minutes if you want, a new version online.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, provided that section is removed, we will say we've reached a rough consensus on this proposal, and that is the decision on that. And you can understand the clause, provided that section is removed.
Yeah.
Then the next one is the PDP compliance dashboard. The PDP compliance dashboard, this policy seems to be there are some issues. There are a number of issues. I have about 7 issues with these proposals, which we think the community thinks needs to be resolved. Okay, because the first one is the issue of how would this compliance dashboard, how would it be set up by staff and things like that, which is not a major issue. Okay, there is also the issue of saying there's an existing system, okay, of guidelines on keeping track of violation members, which is, yes, if there's an existing system, we might need to improve things. Yes, that is one of the concerns of the community. The policy is not binding and does not enforce members to actually follow the rules and violate some of the policies. Those are concerns of the community. And also the issue about if you don't get the mail, if you're ignorant about some of these things, how do you say you never get those notifications? Okay, but one of the major issue about this proposal is the fact that the community is saying it's an administrative issue that should be left to staff, that we don't really need a policy to cover this. Okay, and also the policy takes away some resources and something that we do not really need. And there is no comprehensive system on how the board should take proper actions once members are violating these policies, nor does it give guidelines based on the severity of the violations. We think we need some of these things, okay, as co-chairs, but if we are just reporting those dashboard, if there is nothing to say, if you do this, this is going to be the consequence, then what is the point of having those compliance dashboard in the first place? We think some of these issues needs to be resolved. And on this basis, we think this proposal has some critical issues that needs to be resolved. And we think these proposals, or we want to say a decision is, it has not reached consensus. On the abuse contact updates, okay, one of the major issues we have with it is the staff analysis says there is one of it that has a problem with legacy holders. Not sure how it's going to affect legacy holders. Okay, how does it? Yes, Jody tried to answer that today, but the problem is, yes, legacy holders are not included in the at the moment. But if we have issues with legacy holders, we think this is a problem. For us, it's not a major problem. It's a problem that we can solve. We should be able to solve. The periodic validation from time to time takes 6 months. Some members of the community thinks this 6 months is a long period for the validation. The proposal does not state what is going to be the consequence, which is also one of the other ones, the consequence if there is an abuse, okay? Personally, I think, I don't know, the issue of GDPR. These are areas, yes, GDPR does not affect us in Africa, but at the same time, we need to look at those issues. And I think, who is database? And on this basis, I want to ask this specific question. Jody, how do you think this policy and GDPR, especially with the who is database, what do you think is going to be the effect on this, especially with GDPR?
Mauritius has an agreement regarding GDPR with the European Union. Okay, so all the WHOIS and the abuse C is just one more data in the WHOIS is already affected. So we don't need to have anything specific about this proposal regarding GDPR because everything is already part of the whole WHOIS system in AFRINIC.
Okay, that's one of the issues we think that needs to be we need to look at. But the critical issue is the definition of abuse. Yes, some people say we don't define abuse. No, Jody. Okay. No. Some people say we don't need to define abuse. Alan said RFC 2142 already defined abuse, okay, and identify what abuse is. If we say we all know what abuse is, we can say we all know, but we have an RFC that defines it. Why not put in the entire RFC, or why not put in definition of abuse into this proposal so that it's going to make it clear? We think that is a major issue, okay, because abuse, the way it is written is too vague. And what is the essence of having a policy? There is also a clause in the proposal that says, whenever AFRINIC sees fit on the basis, okay, he said you need to first define, no, sorry, give me 1 second. There's a paragraph missing in this note. Okay, sorry. There is a clause in that talks about when to update the abuse contract update. That can be done every 6 months or whenever AFRINIC sees fit. That seems a little bit too vague. And those were one of the issues that were raised by the community. And on that basis, we think We have not reached consensus on this policy, no rough consensus at all on this policy, and it needs to go back for discussion. Then we move to the 7th one, which is the RPKI. The proposal instructs AFRINIC to create ROAs for all unallocated and unassigned address space under its control. This will enable network performing RPKI-based BGP original validation to easily reject all the bogus announcements covering resource managed by AFRINIC. Okay, it allows resource holders to create ASOs ROI, which will increase, these are some of the concerns from the community. Is going to increase or even add more to the prefix on the routing table. Yes, not a major point from our side. Revocation time of the ASO for new allocation. Other RIRs don't have similar policies and it's not effective if it's not by all other RIRs. I understand LACNIC has it. I'm not sure, maybe APNIC, but I'm sure it's been implemented by LACNIC. That's one I'm sure of. Okay. For us as co-chairs, we think that we need to play our part in making sure that the internet is safe and secure. And we think RPKI will solve some of these issues. However, there are some issues that we think are critical that needs to be addressed. Number one is the validity period of the ROA or the ASO or the ROA, whichever one it is. Okay, what is the point if you ask members to say we're not using this IP address, put a ROA on it, okay? And for how long would they be able to do that? That means they can keep the IP address that they are not using for a very long time. That is one issue that was raised by the community that we think needs to be addressed. Then when you are revoking it, how long does it take? That is an issue that we think we need to be able to answer before we say it is going to be implemented. Okay. Then again, the issue of when AFRINIC accidentally issue ROA for an address in error, what is going to happen? What's going to be the consequence if that is done? Okay. It might also affect the neighbors, and that is one of the issues. Monitoring that it's not just what you are doing. If you are issuing these ASOs or the ROA, and monitoring. Okay. Then we understand that if, and this question is specifically to staff, which I want staff to please answer before I move on. Okay, will this policy make it easier to reclaim space? Because why I'm asking this question is because we know there is problem of reclaiming space in AFRINIC at the moment. But do we think this proposal is going to make it easy? Because all you have to just do is to probably the ASO or the ROA on it. Do you think it's going to make it easier to reclaim those spaces? Madhvi.
Hello.
Hi, Madhvi. Yeah.
Okay, in response to your question, when AFRINIC reclaims space, the first thing that has to be done is the space from the WHOIS database, ensuring that all child objects for that space, including wild objects, domain objects, everything is removed from the WHOIS database. Okay, and then if this policy reaches consensus, the next step, the sequential steps would be once the resource is deregistered from the WHOIS, then it will be covered by AS0 ROAs according to the policy. The staff have gone through this and established process that will happen, but deregistration from the WHOIS has to happen for any reclamations. And covering it with an AS0 ROA is something operational, purely operational. Then.
Because one of the major concerns of the community is
yes, if I may.
Oh, sorry. Go on, Madhvi.
Okay. And
one of the concerns. Yeah.
Yes, Abdul Karim, go ahead.
No, you go. You finish first.
Okay. And at the time, so if a resource is covered, it's available in AFRINIC's pool and is covered with an AS0 ROA, then that AS0 ROA will have to be revoked before source is issued or delegated to that member.
Okay.
Okay. It's similar to, at the moment, it's similar to AFRINIC having available space, and the space to be issued to a member, and ensuring that it's this clean space, okay, that it's not being announced by someone, he hasn't been hijacked and everything. It's a clean space, and then it gets issued to the members. If I may, Abdul Karim, I had a clarification regarding the legacy space for the previous policy. Okay. The question about whether the policy covers legacy space, we asked this from an operational perspective. Okay, and the author had clarified. Okay, and the abuse contact will, the way the implementation will be, it is that members will have to adopt it if the policy reaches consensus. But legacy resources may not adopt it because they're not covered by the AFRINIC policies.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of the things we think needs to be resolved, but it's a minor issue that I said earlier on. Oh, Jody, please let me. I need to continue. Okay. Jody, when you look at the RPKI policy, I'll give you an opportunity to talk, but not on that issue. On this issue now, there is a clause in the, for example, what was passed by the AFRINIC community. There is a clause that says ROI, issuing ROI, ASO, the ROA, the ASO ROA for members failing to pay their fees on time. Okay, because there is that fear that it might be used. Okay, what do you have to say about that clause that was included in the one for AFRINIC about it being used, and the fact that AFRINIC should consider possible option before membership termination, before creating ASO 0 ROA for those resources during the cooling off period? Don't you think we need a clause like that on this proposal? Because there is that fear within the community to say that we have a serious problem about this proposal because we think it's close to consensus. But there were also other issues that was raised this morning on the mailing list, and that we think are probably issues, and I think there are suggestions on how those things can be resolved. Jody, were you able to look at those suggestions?
Jody. I think there is some confusion here because it's AFRINIC policy don't have anything related to that.
Yeah, but there is concern, the fact that if I'm not able to pay my dues, AFRINIC can decide to issue ASO or ROA on my space.
And so what? That's the normal thing, because AFRINIC has the right, according to the contract, the RSA, to reclaim resources if you don't pay the bills. That's normal.
Yeah, but sometimes you might have difficulty in paying, and you say eventually pay. There are other means of doing that. Anyway, Jody, I think there is no point discussing this because it's a major issue that we think needs to be resolved. And those are issues that we think you need to look at. And on that basis, we think this policy has not yet reached consensus. We're running out of time, so I really want to do things very fast. Then we now have the last three proposals. I want to do this together. I want to state clearly that in Angola, what we understood, we co-chairs understood from the community is this is now time to have inter-RIR transfer. That the problem is not that are we due to have it. We have three proposals saying the same thing, almost the same thing, that we need to have inter-RIR transfer. The problem is we have 3 proposals and the community is not trying to focus on some of these issues. It is not about having this thing, the entire area transfer. The issue is about how, okay, and exactly when. So I'm going to pick the proposals one after the other. The first one is the IPv for entire area transfer, the comprehensive scope. The major problem, I'm going to just go through the major problem with this. The major problem with this is the fact that Madvi also confirmed earlier that it is not reciprocal. If it is not reciprocal, then there is no point having this entire area transfer because it has been clearly stated, okay? And also it's talking about the IPv6, no, the ASN transfer, IPv6 and ASN, those ones are not necessary, those are minor issues. The major issue with this is the fact that, and also it's giving some powers to board, okay? Which we think is some of the issues that the community is raising that we think it's a major issue. Then on the AFRINIC number resources, okay, which is Jodi's policy, the AFRINIC number resources is transfer policy.
Okay, I think you are confusing the policies. You said you are speaking about the comprehensive, and that was not the case, I think.
No, I'm talking about the AFRINIC number resource transfer policy. Okay, you say comprehensive, so it's not the comprehensive. The comprehensive is. Sorry, AFRINIC number resource transfer policy. On the Jodi's, on the entire transfer policy, okay, yes, this policy has a lot of similarities with the last one, which is the resource transfer policy. However, one of the things we think about this policy is the fact that we're doing it also with ASN. Yes and no, it's a major issue, especially with the community, okay? Then another issue is, which I would think it's a major issue, is also the issue of board interference. My question is, what we think is, when we're allocating IPs, board do not really has powers when it comes to IP allocations. When you are transferring and there is a problem, I think we need to look for a way how to resolve it, okay, with our policies, not just saying we leave everything to the board. And also, if we look at the policy on the board prerogative, before they can do that, they need to also come back to the PDP to be able to resolve some of these issues. So these are some of the issues with these transfer policies. And what we want to do is we want to, as much as possible, try to blend these policies together. Because of time, I'm just going to, I'll give the notes I have, okay? If you look at the last transfer policy, there were issues that were raised on it. And those issues, number one, has to do with the issue of, if I transfer my resources today, I can come back tomorrow and also say, I want to collect another from AFRINIC. So I want to put this to the authors of the last of the, to Taiwo and Anthony. Are you ready to include the fact that there must be a cooling off period? I am going to, or we are saying we should suggest probably a 12-month cooling off period. Are you willing to include this? Anthony, Taiwo? Are you willing to include a 12-month cooling off period to say, once you transfer your policy, your resources to another user in another for inter-area transfer, you cannot come back within the next 12 months to say you need another, because it's like an abuse. You've just given what you have, and you're coming back to say I need it. Are you willing to include that in your proposal?
We're
okay.
Open, yeah, we're open to including that. So
the other thing
is, yes.
Okay. The other thing is the issue of the legacy transfer. If I'm a legacy, if I'm transferring, if I'm a legacy holder, just like Jody mentioned, it's going to give problem to say I have my resources now is tagged legacy. Because I'm moving from one RIR to the other, then it's not going to be tagged legacy anymore. We think it's a major issue as raised by Jody earlier today, are you willing to remove that clause from your policy proposal?
Yes, because what we're after is the growth of the region and the implementation of these policies for us to be able to meet up with international standards. So we're ready to remove that clause as long as it would help the community. So we are ready to remove
And
that clause,
also,
and as well, we are ready to add 12 months.
Okay, then also, Madvi raised the issue of transfer has to be done between two RIRs. When the transfer is completed, then the RIR will inform whoever is doing the transfer, okay, that we have completed the process. I think that's also a point that should be included. Are you willing to include this? I know
From
you
my
said
own
it's been
point of
included
view,
already.
yes, from my own point of view, that's already included. So, but from my understanding of what you're saying
But
and
you
what
need to
Madvi
make that
said,
clear.
there was, yes, there's an issue of clarity. So that is something we can obviously work on, because from my own understanding, what you're saying is exactly what I intended to say. But you're saying I didn't say that clearly. So that's already something that's, yes.
What we think, in conclusion, because we have about 3 minutes left. In conclusion, what we think is we have three proposals. One is far away. It's not going to reach consensus because it's quite far away, which I've listed some of the issues. We have Jordi's proposal, which is also individual close to Taiwo's proposals. And based on the issues that has been raised, when we looked at these proposals, we looked at the issues that has been raised. And that was why I said the major issue that was raised with the last one was the issue of maybe fraud. You transfer today and you come back to tomorrow and say you want more from AFRINIC. And you have agreed to add that clause to your proposal. Provided you add those three things I've listed in your proposal, I want to say the transfer, the Taiwo's proposal, wait me 1 second, I want to get the name clear. The resource transfer policy would reach consensus, okay, rough consensus, provided you include those three things. And I want to explain why we're doing this. We want the community to focus on one proposal. The fact that we have three proposals, the authors are not willing to come together. And this is not the final stage. It is just moving one step further. By the time the community focus on one proposal, okay, the community will be able to say, yes, we have one proposal, and we're forgetting about other proposals. Going into last call means it's not the final stage. It's just for us to also iron out some of these issues. We have three conflicting proposals. Our responsibility as co-chair is to make the community focus on some of these issues. And on that basis, and that is why we think the best thing for the community at the moment now is to focus on one proposal. And that is why we said, provided those changes are made, it's going to go into consensus. And that is everything with all the 10 proposals. We have 9, the authors, I wanted to ask some specific questions, but we didn't have enough time. So we'll go back to the open mic, overrun some of these things, and we'll continue. And those are the decisions on all the 10 proposals. Thank you very much. So we're going to continue with the open mic. And the next person I'm going to call is Daniel.
Hello?
Hi, Daniel.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Daniel, are you there? Before I call on Daniel, I think Madvi. Okay, sorry. I think we're running out of time. This is 2:01 already. Can I ask if we can get 5 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes, just to conclude the open mic? Can somebody from staff, can you confirm if we have that? Susan, can we have 5 minutes, please?
5 minutes
okay,
max.
Gregory, you have the floor. I'll give 1 minute each. Gregory, open mic.
Thank you. So I feel like co-chairs has mixed one of the important role is, to put all the outstanding issues together and post them on the mailing list so that we can discuss about that. So we don't want to waste our valued time because we are not paid to do this. So my suggestion is that for the remaining policy, please clearly put on the mailing list what are the outstanding issues. The second point is about the online challenge. Some people need to buy airtime on 4G, etc. So most of our members are ISP. Can AFRINIC lead and ask members that can help to give free airtime credit or a law for free internet access so that online meeting or webinar can be do it easily. I'm sure technically it's possible, and if else, AFNOG is there. I'm one of instructor. I can help for any technical challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alain?
I should express my disappointment on how the co-chairs proceed, because Madvi said that staff is going to ask the RIA about the compliance for the trade policy, and you did not accepted that we wait for that confirmation before you make a decision. So I think this is wrong. And also, I'm also laughing, angry but laughing that currently we have, for example, a policy on abuse. We have a policy in abuse, and we are just moving from the optional mode to the mandatory mode. And we are saying, no, we don't have a definition of abuse, but do people know that Section 8 of the CPM has an abuse contact? Where are we going? Where are we going? My last point is going to be there is a confusion from everywhere. If you look at the current PDP is clear. We discussed on the mailing list. We come to a PPM. PPM is open for anyone to join online, etc. And any decision we make here goes back on last call to the mailing list. So I don't know why we are confused that some people, we go to PPM, some people are not allowing in, is exclude people. And my last point is that also on the policy things that a policy does not need to come back to the PPM. Yes, the current PDP allow you, co-chair, to fast track, to vary the process. So if you think that the policy, a proposal has been amended, is clear, it does not need to wait for a new PPM, you can vary the process. So why are we just trying to look at, we have nothing in place, we are in an empty space? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alain. Yes, the problem is sometimes I agree with you on some of the points, but sometimes it is a bit vague. And if we decide to do that, it gets complicated sometimes. Okay, we have Daniel is back, so we can have Daniel. And Daniel is going to be the last person because we are running out of time. We really need to close. Daniel. Do we have Daniel? Can we have Professor? Okay, we have Daniel. And I just want to emphasize that we're going to send a comprehensive, we are going to send details on all the policies, how we reached consensus. We're going to send it on the mailing list as soon as we can. Okay, but I tried as much as possible to go through everything one after the other, to give as much details as to why and how we arrived at those decisions, because we think even our decision-making process needs to be open and transparent. And that is what we want to give to the community. On this basis, we are running out of time. This is 6 minutes past the time, okay? But Professor Neil, can I give you 30 seconds?
Caution that I mentioned I see a pattern of certain new entrants pushing things in a certain direction. Let's be careful about it. But Mr. Co-Chair, I tend to think that it may not be your job to be dictating a one policy, so you should be also cautious on how you articulate your intention. You can only urge members to join, but join policies. But the way you are going about it is as though you want to have one so that we can modify that one. And I don't think it's the right.
No, we looked at the one. We looked at the one that has the least number of objections, and we looked at the major objection on this and said if they agree,
on the objections.
I think we are running out of time now. We don't have time anymore. We need to head. I want to thank everybody for coming on to this meeting, and I would say on this point, I want to say thank you very much. And on this note, we're going to end. Thank you.
For joining us for this PDP session. It has been very engaging, and thank you all for taking time to join us for this meeting. Before we go, I would like to make a few announcements that I think are very important for us to know how we are going to proceed tomorrow. First of all, this is about the annual general members meeting. I have already put it on the chat, but I will explain that tomorrow we'll be having the AGMM. The AGMM will come after the board community engagement, approximately at 10 UTC. This meeting will take place in the same platform. By this, I mean Miteco, and the same platform that we are in. However, members are advised to use the AGMM link that has been sent to them together with the tokens received. The platform will be opened immediately after the board community engagement. So that is why we are asking people, if you are attending the AGMM, to test the platform immediately after this meeting. Use your link and use your token to test exactly after this meeting. And this meeting is exclusively for the AFRINIC resource members. However, I know most of us might be interested to join. Kindly use YouTube, follow on YouTube or on Facebook. We have availed Facebook and YouTube in 2 languages, English and French. Follow whichever one at your own convenience. For the members who might be having issues logging into the AGMM platform at one point or another, we have provided a number that is available on the meeting homepage that you can text or WhatsApp for you to get any assistance should you need. And I also like to, at this point, I would like to remind us also to participate in the survey. We would love to know how this meeting went for you as our delegate. And we will be happy to see your feedback in the meeting survey. Kindly fill the survey. The links have been made available and will continually be available. Without further ado, I would like to say a big thank you to all of us. Today we reached 132. In as much as right now the numbers are dropping because people are logging off. And I wish you a good evening or good morning wherever you are, and see you again tomorrow. Thank you.